Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. So I can hear myself on YouTube. Hello, hello, hello. So I can hear myself on YouTube. All right. Well, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. The commentators are unable to hear each other on our end, but it sounds like it's coming through to the YouTube live feed. So I'll just go ahead and commentate until we're able to get that resolved. It looks like we are doing a race to 13 10 ball, winner break, and no early 10s. We have ZAGER and Jimmy Buckets Farmer versus Dizzy Wilson and TODD BREWER. I believe this matchup is within 10 Fargo points total for both teams, so should be a good match. I'm not familiar with how much experience Dizzy and Todd have playing together, but I am aware that Zach and Jimmy have extensive playing experience together. They've played in and won many events together. Good buddies outside of pool as well, so you know their chemistry is going to be good. They trust each other very, very much. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so looks like we're having a little bit of a safety battle here. I think this is beneficial for both teams because the first rack being a safety battle allows to kind of get you settled into the match, I think. Whereas when you're trying to like run out an open rack, it can be a little bit more nerve wracking because you feel like you might make a mistake or you might not be in stroke yet. So this kind of allows you to like get your mind engaged, get your back arm going a little bit. Looks like Jimmy's going to attempt to play a safe here due to the position of the one ball, and I think that's the one and the three ball being tied up. Maybe try to thin off the one and get behind the, I think that's the two ball. All right, kind of hit the one ball a little bit too thick. But it doesn't really leave an easy return safe for Dizzy because he can only hit a certain thickness of the one ball, and there's not really anything to hide behind. Like, it'd be very difficult to get behind the 8 and 10 from where he's at, and the one's going to come out into the open. So you just want to make sure you don't open up that 3 ball. ZACK attacks the 1 ball, the 1-6 combo. Pardon me also if you hear me chewing. It's I just got back from the gym and didn't really have time to eat, so I'm snacking on some popcorn. This shot here is pretty tough for Jimmy because making the ball is not the most extreme difficult thing here. However, the 3 is hindering any sort of position on the 2 ball. Yeah, he kind of jumped up a little bit there, but I think that when you have a shot where you feel like position is tough or questionable, it really can make your subconscious like lose sight of the task at hand. And like, I feel like a lot of times when I'm not sure if I'm going to be getting position, that I end up missing the ball entirely. So you really got to like commit to what you're doing on those type of situations. This is going to sell out, and I can tell you one thing's for sure. ZAGER is a shooter, and he is not going to be scared of attacking this. Oh, I apologize. No early 10 balls. So it is very likely that he will probably play safe, shoot the 1 ball to this rail and out, and try to get the cue ball somewhere right in here. Oh, he tried the 1 ball clipped the 10, but he's still safe, so no harm, no foul. I think the 8 ball goes in this pocket past the 10, but sometimes it's tricky to tell on the monitors. Great shot by Dizzy. Oh, there we go. What's up, Colin?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I'm actually just come here to test.
I know, I figured.
Yeah, because Patrick say you cannot be here.
Must be something on Patrick's end then if I can hear you.
Yeah, right. Okay, I'll log off now.
Okay.
Carry on. Thank you.
Yep. That was Colin Sue, one of the kind of founders and technical people for EvoSports. He does a lot of great work behind the scenes. This has become quite a fun rack here for opening rack. A lot of defensive shots and a lot of kicks and it really looks like whoever's going to end up with a decent shot on the 2 ball is probably going to win this rack because the 4 ball, the 5 ball, the 7 ball, like all are right near a pocket. A little bit of a risky shot there, but he got safe, so all is good. That was good speed on that shot there by Zach. Typically, when you're going rail first like that and the ball's that far off the rail, you're more likely to catch it thick, which means it's going to like kind of bank it back up table. So the speed, making sure you don't hit it too hard and leaving it in front of the side pocket, or hitting it even harder and leaving it up in front of the corner pocket. That was a good shot. Did he call it? Oof. Well, the 2-ball finally has a pocket, but being tree-topped and hindered over the 4-ball is making this shot pretty tough. Good thing is you don't really have to focus on much of the leave. You just have to make this ball, and you're likely going to have a shot on the 4. Oof. Well, now the 8 certainly goes. One good shot here, and the rack is likely Dizzy and Todd's for the opening rack. They say the first and last racks are the hardest to win. Oh no, he decelerated. He looked like he was playing that shot as a stop shot, and you can see as the cue ball went so far forward, it looked like he decelerated on it and caused the cue ball to go forward, and he ended up overthrowing the 2-ball. Get behind the 8 or you're in trouble. It's a little tricky though, because I don't know if the 2 goes by the 4 without hitting the 4, and then you're kind of losing potential position on the 4. So looks like he's going for the carom. Now you're leaving your partner with a long, little bit of a back cut, and he's up against the rail. But this could be the type of shot that settles Dizzy in. Oof, caught the ball a little thick there. He's trying to stun draw off that rail, I think. I'm a little bit confused on the balls here because I could have sworn the ball that was just pocketed in the corner was the 4. So that must have been the 5 and now the 7. The colors are messing me up a little bit. I wonder if Zach will choose to rub the 10, play this slow and just kind of rub the 10, or if he's going to try to like stun draw to the rail. This is the shot I'm referring to, and it's kind of difficult, but you stun to the draw to this rail and out, and likely end up right in here. Looks like he's going with a high ball, trying to rub the 10. Yeah, oh no. Oof. Okay, well, he has left his opponent a shot, or I mean his partner a shot, and he doesn't get the nickname Buckets for nothing when it comes to just making a ball. He has extreme confidence in his ability. All right, and the first rack goes to Zach and Jimmy. Rashawn, yeah, that was, dude. I thought the balls are tripping me out. The 3 ball, the 5 ball, the 7 ball, like they were all tripping me out. Kayla, so I'm sorry for everyone in the chat. I just pulled up YouTube on my phone so I can see what you guys are saying. Dizzy's wife, Kayla, says that Dizzy and Todd have not played together before other than this Thursday. They got some practice in. No, not carrot sticks, Patrick. I'm snacking on some popcorn. This is my lunchtime, and I just got back from the gym, and I do not treat my body like a temple. And Captain Crunch sounds much better than popcorn. All right, and for everyone that is just joining or didn't catch it the first time around, this is winner break, no early tens. So it looks like this ball goes here. Good opportunity for Dizzy and Todd. I believe this is the 3 ball here. So really just you can stun off the rail or kind of cinch draw. This is a personal preference here for the 3. And everything's wide out in the open here. This is a very, very good opportunity. He chose to stun over to the rail, which I like. Todd is pretty straight on this ball, is likely going to have to draw straight back. And you want to make sure you definitely want to make sure you get below or above this line. Oof. He created angle that was not there. That ball was pretty straight. He hit it into the thin side of the pocket, giving him some angle on this cue ball. And now they're in a little bit of trouble here. As I was mentioning a moment ago, the table's very open. You definitely do not want to be giving your opponent ball in hand. So Dizzy just needs to really focus on this kick. I think you have to go 1 rail here. Right like this. Whoops, sorry. In here and out here. As far as like what you should be thinking about or what you should be trying to do for like a safe is maybe try to kick this at like a medium pace. That ended up pretty good. Not too bad. What I was going to say is a medium pace and try to like get it back, like kick it towards this rail and out and back up here and get the cue ball down on this rail. But what he did worked really well too. If I were Jimmy, I would love to see him go 2 rails safe, like off the 4 here and go like this and get the cue ball behind the 6. I think he was banking that ball. Well, Todd has a chance now to try to put him and Dizzy back in line. which is like a simple ladder shot here. Get the cue ball going back and forth from long rail to long rail. Nothing is in the way, no side pockets to worry about. Nice shot. It's going to overrun the shape a little bit here. Oof. This is not an easy shot by any means. You've got the corner of the side pocket here hindering your bridge and your cue when you're aiming. I would assume you definitely want to back cut this ball here and let your cue ball travel this way and back out. This is not an easy task, though. This is not a great shot. Oh, that was perfect speed. I mean, he couldn't have hit the speed much better. Obviously, he hit the ball a little bit thick, so had he hit it a little bit thinner, then the cue ball would have been traveling more towards this rail. Who knows what would have happened, but very nice attempt there from Dizzy. That was not a good shot. Anytime you're cutting a ball blind pocket like that, a back cut, it's always a tough shot, and he didn't have to, but was choosing to use some stun so that the ball didn't leak too far down the table down here. He was trying to give his partner a closer shot.
Okay, I think we've got it figured out now. Yeah, we had to get through some settings on my computer. It was on my end.
Yeah, well, when Colin popped in and I heard him right away, I kind of assumed that was probably it. Well, good. I'm glad we got you back. We got you working and on.
Yeah. I was watching and listening on my other screen, so a lot of back and forth in that first rack.
Yeah.
Both teams just kind of getting the first rack jitters out of the way. Boy, when they open that door at Jammers, it brings in like the intense sunlight from outside, as you can see.
Yeah.
So you're not eating carrot sticks, huh, Dylan? Huh?
I am not, unfortunately, no. What a shot there by Todd. I can't believe he was able to cut that ball and use enough English to get around the 6. I think if it were me, I would have tried to just come into the back of the 6 and push it up table a little bit rather than trying to come around it, because you were hitting the 5 ball so thin. It was almost impossible to like hold any sort of shape on the 6 ball. But
look at
Dizzy
this.
with a great shot here. Oh, needs to grow some legs.
Didn't quite get there, and that's to give a chance for a return safe from Buckets. I like the attempt there.
I do too, and I don't see a real easy save here. Like, holding underneath the 8 ball is pretty tough.
Yeah, there's not a lot of places to hide, is there?
Yeah, I think like maybe a containing shot and just getting separation, getting the. Oh,
he says, I'm going for it. He says, I've been watching Banks on Derby City the last couple of days.
Wow, what a shot.
This looks easy.
Zach's going to have to come with one here.
Jimmy says, these pockets are buckets. I mean, you don't ever want to gamble with a guy named Buckets.
No, not typically. But here we are, and I was telling earlier, Zach and Jimmy have played a lot of pool together, Scotch pool together.
Yeah, they really have, and that's a huge deal. And we talk about that a lot in commentary for Scotch doubles. Is the teams that play together a lot, they typically have more success because they're just on the same page. They have that flow, and pool is about rhythm.
Yeah, too. I think like even with open communication being allowed, I still think the team, and I used to be actually a complete opposite opinion. I used to think that chemistry didn't really matter and like just play your games, and it is what it is. Like, you play how you normally play and I'll play how I normally play, and we'll just kind of work it out. But after playing quite a bit of Scotch doubles with my partner Martine, I learned over time that it really does actually make a pretty big, it factors in quite a bit, I think, because even if you can talk openly, I think there's something to be said for like too much talking, or like, hey, please, or I prefer this shot or this shot. And like, I feel like it puts a lot of pressure on each other. And
yeah,
like, just if you just know each other and you know what each other likes without having to like talk about it,
Yeah, you don't have to take those timeouts because you're just on the same page naturally.
Yeah, you're not
Certainly,
breaking any sort of rhythm. And
yeah, in 8 ball, I think it makes a much bigger difference to
oh
be
yes,
comfortable with your partner because you're choosing the pattern correctly. The way that you both have to be playing the same pattern, but in 9 ball or 10 ball, it's this pattern's already chosen. So it's just a matter of what shot you like to get on the correct side of the ball. There's multiple ways of doing it.
completely agree. Completely agree.
Okay,
Good
good
hit
hit,
there.
successful jump. However,
Looks like he's gonna leave a shot.
yeah,
Nice. He was a nice guy too, and left natural angle for just like a stun over.
yeah, it was a very polite shot from Zach. And I believe Dizzy is at the table now. I got to meet
Yeah.
Dizzy for the first time at Silver Star when I went to play in that tournament. That's not Dizzy though. That is, where is it? It's hard to tell from the.
That's Todd. Dizzy is
That was Todd. Yeah, Dizzy.
Dizzy has a Savage Billiards glove on,
Yes. Okay.
repping his hometown apparel company and friends. So this is a little flat here. The 8's close enough to the pocket though, and far enough from the rail where you can really pump into this and pull yourself off the rail. Yeah, nice shot. Very nice shot.
You go around with outside here, or are you going to check it with inside?
I would check it with inside, and I do not like inside at all. But
Yeah.
given that the 10 was on the right side of the spot and the 9 was pretty close to the pocket, it would lead for like an easy shot.
Yeah, I like the inside because it takes away the scratch. The outside looked like the scratch was kind of on to the side, which, he hit it good.
All right, 1-1. Yeah, I agree. And like I said, I do not like inside. It's actually funny. So I played a tournament last weekend, and I think it was Justin that was commenting, and there was like 4 shots in a row where I used inside English. And he's like, "Oh, I would have probably used outside." He's like, "I think Dylan really likes his inside English." And when I watched it back, I was like, "I absolutely hate using inside English. Like, I will almost do anything possible to prevent it. But there's just certain times where I feel it's the right shot, and I try to play like where I'm taking the right shot, regardless if I like it or not."
For me, I feel more accurate in how much the deflection, how much more I need to aim over to account for deflection because I'm aiming over on the ball. And when you're using outside, you're aiming out into space, right?
Yeah.
And for me, for some reason, the outside is harder to calculate the deflection than the inside spin. And
Really?
yeah,
Interesting.
just because I know that I can find the spot on the object ball that's going to be the right spot to account for the deflection with the distance and everything that I'm going to be hitting it. You have to make those calculations in your head without really thinking about it too much. And for me, the inside is easier to calculate.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely do not like it, but like I said, on that particular shot, I try to always play like percentages and what I think is the right shot. And that particular shot that he had, the 9 was so close to the pocket that he was a high favorite to make it with any English. And given that the 10 was like the 9 was left of the first diamond, the 10 was right of the spot. Like there's just so much more landing area on the left side of the table.
Yeah.
So
this is a dry break, and this is tied up. That's the 3 and the 9 there. That's kind of tied up. So it's all about getting from the 2 to the 3 if you want to get out of this rack.
I think I'd try to draw into it right now. The 2 ball's like near there, and if you hit the 9, you should be good.
It's dangerous though. You because you could end up getting hooked on that pretty easily. I mean, I don't mind actually coming around, floating around to the underside of that 3 ball and playing a safety where you lock him to the back side of the 9. Because if you can get the cue ball down in this position, he came into it. What a shot from Buckets. I was going to say, if you could have gotten the cue ball down there, it's an easy safe. Almost guarantee that you're locking him up.
I agree. Sorry, I had to let my cat out of the office. He does not like doors shut, so I shut it to get quiet in here for commentating, and he starts clawing at the door to get in, and then I let him in, and then he starts clawing at the door to get out. So,
yeah. Morgan Joe, I play with a Shone cue with a Revo shaft.
oh, okay. Interesting. Because the Revos are like pretty small amount of deflection, if any, compared to a lot of other carbon fibers. So that might be one of the reasons why you don't mind inside English.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I play with a Q-Tech, and I mean, I don't know everything about like Qs and deflections and stuff, but I've heard that Q-Techs have a bit more deflection than a Revo, and I've played with both, and I seem to agree. And so like inside English definitely gives me more trouble than I used to remember having. I would like to request cats commentating instead of humans.
That's Colin.
Yeah. Oh, that's Colin. Okay, I got it. Yeah. If only we had like a video commentary as well, so you could see us when we're talking. I'd put my fluff ball up on the screen for you, Colin.
So a bit of trouble after that 3-ball. Now, this is not an easy rack to get out of. He's got the 4 in the side, and he's going to try to come 3 rails, but are you... Oh, no, he's not. He's playing the safety. That's a smarter play. Don't think he got there. He didn't. The line is on for that 4-ball. Definitely. So now it's all about Todd to get this 4 and get on the 5.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is still a tough transition because what he's looking at right now...
I like this
It's
spot.
a very touchy shot because you have to use quite a bit of spin because this is a somewhat thin cut.
Yeah.
Very touchy shot.
Are you thinking maybe roll the dice, hit it a little harder, and try to come to the underneath side of the 5? Under it? So you have those top 2 pockets?
I would probably play some sort of shot. My mouse decided to stop working. Some sort of shot coming in like this line. So if I bump the 6, I got the 5 on the side. If I bump the 5, something might come of it. I might get underneath it and play it in the corner.
Bumps the 5, and he gets perfect. What a shot.
Like that. Like, there's a lot of good that can come from that shot with the right speed. And now they're sitting pretty good. Just a stun shot on the 5. You really want to make sure you don't use any draw here because then you can kind of get funny for the 6 to the 7. You might even just float forward a little bit.
Yeah, try to stop it, really. Just... Oh, okay, because he had a little angle.
Yeah, see, because that's what I was saying, because now he's like fairly straight. He's on the rail.
Yeah, he wanted an angle. Yeah.
And so I know Dizzy's probably going to watch this back, and he always is talking about like, what he can do to get better. And that's one of these are the type of shots right there that can really help take your game to that next level, is paying attention to like what side of the ball to be on. It's so important rather than just like guessing or shooting. Like, roll forward there rather than draw just to make sure you have angle. Like, I mean, Todd came with a very good recovery shot, but even still, now they're still not out of the woodworks because Dizzy's treetop and he's going to have to like stun over or draw back.
I think he's going to draw behind the 10. So he had to wait for the blinding sun to right in his way. You see that door open?
Yeah.
But I like the draw shot. You should be able to come down here. You got to watch the scratch with this, but you should be able to draw this. You are jacked up, but he's got some space there to get behind the 10. Oh, he missed it.
It's going to end up being a pretty good safety, I'll tell you that.
That's a lockup. As far as unintentional safeties go, that was pretty damn good. Zach's like, oh, you got to be kidding me. He doesn't even have the one railer.
I don't know. I know a lot of APA players that would be claiming that was an intentional 2-way.
Well, you saw the ball rattle the pocket. It didn't. He was trying to make that ball.
I was just being sarcastic because there's a lot of people out there. I say APA.
Oh,
a lot of APA players who will do something that's like obviously not what they're intending to do, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I meant to do that," and you're like, "Oh, okay."
So that they get charged with a missed shot instead of a safety because it can keep their rating lower. Is that the deal?
I mean, maybe. I was more just saying because I think that there's a lot of pride in APA players in general, and it's just like, I don't know. Regardless, we'll move on. This is a 2-rail kick here. I think what he was just looking at, a stretched out shot, maybe even 3 rails, like coming underneath the 7, like this here.
Ah, yeah. Catching that 3rd rail would be beneficial. Makes that pocket a lot bigger over to the top right. So he doesn't like either one.
1 rail.
Yeah, he doesn't like either one of those. What a shot!
Yeah,
Zach ZAGER brings it with a slow roll kick shot to cut the 7 in the side. Oh my goodness. That was big time right there. That's the highlight reel so far.
Melody in the chat kind of she understood where I was coming from. But no, that's a great shot. And to even hit that ball at that speed and the back like kind of cut it into the pocket. Oh no.
Yeah. So after Zach's incredible shot on the kick, Buckets with a miss and gets away with it. And now let's see what Todd can do with the kick. I don't think that the kick on the long rail is on necessarily because that
Not to make it,
yeah, it's so far away. But you could kick at it to bump it up and try to get a safe out of it. But
I think you got to go off this rail here that he's looking at. Like, it's a pretty high percentage hit. You're gonna make the ball. You really want to make sure you come at this with a little bit of speed so you don't end up freezing yourself behind the 10 ball.
Right.
That's probably what I would be thinking right now is just make sure. Definitely want to aim towards the second rail. Like your aiming point needs to be somewhere in here. Like you'd rather go to the second rail a little bit too much rather than not enough.
Yeah.
And that will help kind of bring you out from behind the 10. You might not have the best shot on the 9, but you'll be happy to have any shot at all.
Oh, absolutely. There it goes. And
Perfect.
He's got a shot on the 9. So he didn't catch that second rail at all.
I was going to say he hit it quite a bit firmer than I would have. And he caught it a little bit too thick. I think if he takes a little bit off the speed, it widens up that angle a little bit, and he probably catches the rail first, and he's going to come out a little bit better. But again, they have a shot. Dizzy is probably very happy to be having a shot right now where he's clear to the 9. Just one or two more good shots here to take the lead.
Yeah, this is where you got to just take your couple of breaths, relax, make sure you put a good straight stroke, and keep your head still. And he does. Look at that.
Wow, he pumped that in with stun.
He sure did.
Wow, what a shot.
Decided not to roll it. And Dizzy and Todd playing real strong right now. From that position, this is a nice steal.
Yeah, hard to pocket shot there. Great shot. Yeah. Great out.
Missed 8 ball from Buckets, cost them the rack and the swing of having the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously there's a million ways to skin a cat, but that 8 ball shot that Jimmy had, I really think is a much higher percentage shot if you try to go up and down with the cue ball rather than slow rolling it like he did. But actually he caught the ball too. He missed it thin, and usually when you're trying to hit a shot, it's like slow roll or hold a ball, you usually catch it thick. So
yeah. So Dylan, you're registered for all the events in Lincoln City this year?
No, I am not actually.
Oh, okay. Are you doing teams then?
No, I am not. I am gonna have to. So we finished second in the platinum division in both 8 and 9 ball last year.
I know.
I'm not going to be able to try to defend our podium because I'm playing teams in Vegas in next month in February.
And you can't take the time off for both. I understand.
I could, but it seems like quite a bit of time, and 8 ball is not my favorite event. So so they changed the cap, and it made it like our core 3 players, myself, Martine, and Luis. It made it so that we could have like a 638, 635 somewhere in there. We've been all kind of moving around going up, but we just we couldn't find anyone that we like really gelled with and wanted to. Oh, that is uncharacteristic miss there.
Yeah, unusual.
Yeah, it came down to like if we found the right team, I'd do it. Like if we found the right fit for a 4th player, someone that obviously was like strong and could help us compete in that division, but also like more importantly, like the right fit personality wise. And the few people that we had in mind had already committed to teams, and so it was just like felt like a sign to just go to Vegas. And I am playing Scotch, but that's the only event because it's easy. It's on Saturday, Sunday. So
in Lincoln City, you're playing Scotch.
Yeah.
Okay. What division?
Elite.
Oh, okay. Who's your partner?
I'm playing. Wow, another uncharacteristic miss there. I'm playing with Chad Raswick.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
He's so I try to always play with people that are like, most importantly, I want to know that like good attitudes. Like I want, obviously I want to win and I hope that they would want to win, but at the same time, like we all make mistakes and I want to play with someone who is understanding of that and I'm understanding of that, so that, because the worst thing that can happen is I've played with people where they make you feel bad for your mistakes and it's like I'll crumble. If my own teammate or partner is like getting upset with me, it just makes it like I start to want to do better and not upset them, and next thing you know, I'm just I'm falling apart. So
Yeah, you don't
he
want
has a great attitude. Wow, this one ball just does not want to go in the pocket.
I know 3 in a row misses, and well, we got 4 players, and so you get 4 chances at the one ball, right? And so
I'd be very surprised if we saw another attempt at the one ball after this. However,
well, it does
this
cut.
is not the easiest of shots because he has to put a lot of inside English on this ball because I think it's too thin to go 2 rails.
Yeah, you're going to end up coming into some traffic and have to get lucky with the leave if you do let loose on this. The cue ball is going to be moving, but I think he's going to fire at it. And 4 misses. So
I don't think we'll see a 5th.
We saw 4 players shoot the one and 4 players miss the one ball. And after that break, I thought, oh man, this looks like a break and run opportunity. And it's come full circle.
Yeah, this is that was surprising because honestly, maybe Jimmy's was the toughest, but none of those were shots that I don't think that any of them were not favorited to make. So it was a little surprising there.
Yeah, I was surprised too. And usually when you see that, it means that, like if stuff is tied up, you're not really motivated to get started, but nothing was tied up. It was pretty open opportunity. The 3 ball is going to be tough, especially being that straight on the 2 to, optimal position on the 3 is going to be somewhere in here. Yeah, you can't get there he's going to have to draw this back to probably here to even have a chance at the 3. Do you think? I mean,
he might roll forward. Oh.
Yeah, he tried to draw it back to that little window. Yeah, right in there is where he wanted because that's all he could do. And this rack is a struggle right now.
Yeah, that shot from the 1 to the 2 with ball in hand was definitely one that I would like to have played a little bit differently. He almost scratched. I mean, he hit the nipple on the side pocket, and so, but you should have been nowhere near that. You want to guarantee yourself angle to get back over for the 3. So again, Dizzy's always talking to me about like ways to make his game better. Like earlier we talked about the other shot, and that's another shot there. It's just like guaranteeing yourself angle. Even a little more is better than none at all, and those things will really help you get out of racks more frequently.
I got to jump on for something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, so ball in hand here. I assume Zach's going to shoot this into the bottom left pocket as we see on the screen and play like a little bit of a draw stun like this. If you get good on this 4 ball, the rack is definitely definitely up for your taking. Like this is the key shot here in my opinion. The 5 is near the 4. The 5 to the 6 isn't the most difficult of shots. Oh, he played for a small window. He got it. It's a brave shot, well executed. Makes the 4 ball a little bit easier. That's a scary shot for me because you're coming across your line. You got the 10 you could hook yourself on. You got the 5 you could hook yourself on. That was, and now.
Oh, we lost Dylan.
Oops, sorry, I accidentally backed out.
Okay, no problem.
I was trying to clear my line and I clicked refresh.
So. That'll happen. I hear what you're saying on that line. He could have gotten a little bit funny, but it was one of those that was high risk, high reward, right? Because if he does hit that gap, the rack is yours. But now it's not looking so great. Bucket's got to pull off. Yeah, that's a tough one. And I tell you, I would have liked him to take a little bit more time on that, because when you're jacked up over a ball, it's really important the position of the tip of your cue is accurate when you're stroking that ball, because you can only hit the top part, and it's very easy to do a miscue.
Or even just put a little bit of unintentional spin on the ball, which swerves it quite a bit. It's like a masse shot.
Exactly. It swerves it a lot. Yeah. Shooting over the ball. So those are the shots you really have to take the extra time with. So good safety there from Todd.
Yeah,
Zach,
that shot right there was a really good shot. It is one that often is overlooked. He was really only playing one ball. Like, he was really focused on the 6 ball because it was like basically impossible to get the cue ball and the 6 ball both to a good spot.
Yep.
So he really just focused on getting the 6 to the middle of that short rail. That was a well executed shot.
Oh, and Zach missing the 6 ball completely.
That right there is exactly why I almost always end up hitting that shot way too thick, because I'm too scared to do that.
Yeah, we've all done that when you're trying to hit that thin piece of it and get the perfect safety and bring the cue ball back. It's easy to miss the ball completely because you're looking for a millimeter or less of the ball, and that's just not many of us have that good eyesight and control that we can hit a 1 millimeter spot on the edge of the ball.
Well, a lot of it too, when you're like playing a really thin cut shot or a really thin safety shot like that, a lot of it, to me, like, I have pretty good eyesight, but when I mess up, it's typically because like I'm not trusting what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
like, we might be able to see the spot on the ball where we want to hit it, but when you're 3-4 feet away or more, and your back arm is essentially having to trust that you're actually going to hit where you see, and when you start like getting that subconscious thought of like giving ball in hand, that can really start to make things go haywire.
Yeah, you nailed it. It's all about confidence and what you believe is going to happen. You visualize it in your head, and you have to believe it. Otherwise, your body cannot execute the command, right? Because you're not steering your arm. Your body just knows what the brain's already told it to do. And so if you don't have that confidence and you're not sure, you haven't committed, and then you're just guessing at that point, and your stroke is not going to be very smooth. That's usually when you see the movement, right? The body movement. It's usually when you're not 100% confident.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you there. Well, this is Dizzy and Todd have a very good opportunity here. You're up 3-1. It's winter break. Like, you have an opportunity to really, really apply some pressure. I know it's a long race, but if you can control this table and somehow find a way to make this 4-1 with another break opportunity, and just as I said that, I think, did he break dry?
Yeah, he did. It was a monster break, too.
Oh, he did make a ball.
Oh, did he? I didn't see anything go in.
Yep. I didn't either because he's in the way, but I only count 9 balls on the table, so.
Yep.
So, yeah, they have an opportunity here. The 1 appears to pass the 2. The 3's in a good spot. I think that probably the toughest shot is the 3 to the 4, which even then is not super difficult.
Yeah, everything plays.
As I was mentioning, like, you have a really good opportunity here to put some pressure on. Like, your opponents could all of a sudden, next thing they know, be down 4-1 and watching as you break again. And some pressure can start to amount there, even in a long race.
Yeah, it is amazing how different a race to 13 is versus a race to 7. Because a 3-1 lead in a race to 7, it's like it gets to be crunch time real quick.
Mm-hmm. He got a little funny here on this 3 ball, so this is just another one of those situations that I was referring to earlier, just like little things that can really disrupt a run out or make a run out much tougher. Like, you definitely wanted to be like somewhere over in this range here, because now he has to contend with this 10 ball. And the only way to avoid it is by coming with like a little bit of inside, and you have to get to this line. Like, you can potentially hook yourself down here. Like, you gotta be really good with your shot here.
He's trying to hit the window.
Oh, wow. He played the window off the 10.
He did.
That was creative.
And he got it too. Look at
that. Was a creative shot.
I mean, that's, but that was, he was forced to do that because he got on the wrong side of the ball. And like you said, in rotation, it's all about getting on the correct side of the ball. If you can focus on, if you're getting on the correct side of the ball in every shot, you're going to be running out a lot more racks.
Yeah. And here he used a little bit too much top. So he used like,
It just
I'd say 1 o'clock on the cue ball when you really wanted to be using like 3 o'clock there because it'll widen. Instead of coming down steep, 3 o'clock will come like this, and it just widens everything. Yeah, sorry, I'm obviously not the artist here, but you get the idea. It widens out a lot when you use more right than less than top.
And drawing tool tip: if you use your hold down the right click on the mouse, you'll get the straight line.
Yeah, I know, I saw that, but it didn't look like I was able to like make 90-degree turns like that.
You just have to make another line. You just have to make a separate line.
I'm lazy.
It gets pretty quick once you get used to it.
Yeah. So okay, then let's do here. So it more on the cue ball, more right on the cue ball comes like this, whereas 1 o'clock on the cue ball, more top comes like this, and comes at your ball. So that's kind of where he got in trouble there.
Yep. So stiff bank to the side, and yeah, he drills it. He had to send that up.
Oh, Zach loves the bank, like absolutely loves it. Given the chance. I actually saw. So last night we were forced to all go play. Well, not forced, but we the Silver Star tournament. The bar ended up having to close, and so a few of us headed over to Midway to play the chip tournament, the Scotch doubles, and I watched him pass up a bank on the 9-ball because when you're playing a chip tournament, man, like, no,
buckets.
When you're playing a chip tournament, like you miss a ball, that's one life. And like if you get 5 or 6 chips, you're looking at like 20 or 16% of your tournament life in one shot. And so I watched Zach pass up a bank on the 9-ball, and he played one of those like APA 4 safes where you just kind of like roll it straight to the right, roll right up on it on the rail.
Yeah.
Ball. And I was so surprised because he loves banking, but it just goes to show that he loves winning more.
So he's got on the incorrect side of the 8 now. And coming over and back, if he draws this, he's got to go in between the 10 and the pocket to draw back, and then that other side comes into play as well. Do you go forward and go top, and with a bunch of spin, that 10 ball's in the way, right?
Well, I think that your line actually, if you go with top, your line is actually probably more like over here because that's quite a back cut. So I think I'm definitely stunning and just only focusing on missing the 10 ball and coming up short. Like just those are my two thinking patterns.
Oh, look at this. With a little bit of spin on it to get it out.
But now he's straight, and that's why I said like the second topic of thought is first thing is don't scratch in this pocket here and don't hit the 10 ball. Like that's your first thought. So where on the cue ball do I need to hit to stun and kind of get in here? And your second thought should be my speed needs to be no more than this first diamond. Like those are the two things that you can be thinking about. But I mean, in reality, he wanted to make sure he made that ball and not scratch. So they do have an opportunity at the table. He could just do a stop shot and trust his partner for a bank. But as Kayla, Dizzy's wife, mentioned earlier, they have never played together other than Thursday. So this is one of those situations that we talked about earlier. When you're playing with someone that you know well, you might just trust them to take on this bank
instead of putting a power draw stroke on it.
Yeah, because what ends up happening is if you're playing with someone, you go. If you're playing with someone that you don't know very well or you haven't played with very much and you leave them this bank, you feel like they might be judging you for not trying to get them better. Whereas if it's somebody that you're close with and you trust each other, there's no sort of like doubt ever.
Yeah.
I'd say he's probably a favorite to make this bank though.
Just short, and it goes in the other side.
You better hope it goes in.
Yeah, it does, and it's going to spot up. And so this is a spot shot, right? Where if you play one pocket or straight pool, you practice these a lot, because spot shots are money.
So I've never played one pocket, and I've only ever played straight pool like one time. But I practice spot shots a lot because in rotation, the 9 and 10 ball are often near that spot, whether it's on it or near it.
Yeah.
And when you train yourself to like always be above this line so you're not getting a back cut, these shots come up a lot that he's doing right now. I don't practice this one from this distance near the corner, but definitely if you're playing pool, this is a shot that you want to have practiced quite a few times.
Good point. And he drills it. What a
Great
shot.
shot.
Zach ZAGER needed that one. It would have been 4-1 if he misses and leaves it. I was going to say, I'll put the 10 ball like right here, where it normally sits.
Yeah.
And I'll put the cue ball in different positions on this rail. And just right on the rail, I'll work different positions, and I'll practice making that 10 ball from all different spots on the rail on both sides, because so many times when we're trying to get position on the 10 ball at the end of the game, we overrun the position, right? And we end up with those shots. And you have to be confident to make that 10 ball from there or from there or from there, right? Wherever your cue ball ends up down there where you just went too far or whatever, and you've got to back cut that 10 to the corner or cut it up into the side. Those are critical shots that win you a lot of games.
Agreed. See, I've not practiced that shot by design. However,
you've played it a lot. You've practiced it a lot in games.
I've played a lot of bad positional shots in my life, so I have, in the result, practiced that shot many times, and I'm much more confident with it now. But I definitely respect that you have like intentionally set that up. That's how you get better for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'd like to be good enough to where I'm not leaving myself there on the 10, but occasionally you just get a little too much juice into the shot or something and you just roll too far. And that happens to me quite a bit. And I've missed those 10s from that position a lot, and it's cost me a lot of games. And I don't like that. So I want to... You got to be able to put the game away when you have it. All right. Are you going to attempt? I don't think he needs to run into
just looking at potentially running into that.
Yeah, but I don't think you need to run into the 10-4 because the 4 plays.
I just don't know what other shape you get here from this back cut without doing that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, now the 4 doesn't play. Well, actually, the carom is on.
9 goes, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's what you got to look at here. You can play a stop shot on the 3 and then let Todd play the carom shot with the 4-9.
But then you're likely going to end up with some sort of like weird shot on the side on the 4.
Probably, yeah.
Or a bank or a save.
I mean, unless you hit it with a lot of, a little bit more power and try to, but then it's going to be unpredictable is what you're going to get. I like the predictability of trying to lay the 4 up for the side pocket next. Instead of hitting at a harder speed, you're going to get a little more unpredictability.
Yeah.
And that's what we saw there. It's possible, though, that hitting it harder, you would have ended up with a much better shot overall than the soft hit on that.
But if you play it 10 times, you're going to get more results from a softer shot.
Yeah, it's less of a guarantee on what you're going to get.
Yeah.
So I'd rather have a guaranteed medium difficulty shot than, a lower percentage chance at an easier shot. Yeah. So
then you're not probably a big like gambler when it comes to like the casino, huh?
Well, I like to take risks if there's a big reward, if there's a good reward potential. I do like to gamble a little bit. But in games like One Pocket, I've been known to be very tight.
Well, that was a very good shot. Wow, nice shot, Zach.
So I guess in games like poker and that I do tend to play quite a bit more conservative than a lot of other people do. I wait for my cards. I wait for my moments, and sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. It's funny because my logic and when I asked if I was like, oh, you must not like to gamble in the casino very much because you were explaining that you like you play the percentages much more, which is exactly how I play, but I love gambling in the casino. So I don't know where my logic was coming from.
You just like the adrenaline that comes from the gambling in the casino.
I really, really do. Like, here's the thing. I'm so much better financially at blackjack than craps, but I always play craps because it is so fun. And the adrenaline of like throwing the dice or watching the dice come up is just so fun.
Yeah, it's fun to get a crowd of people that all kind of know each other, and you're teaming up against the house. You know,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're all voting for the same thing essentially. Whereas
right.
like in blackjack, people get mad at each other. Like third base hits on a card they shouldn't hit on, and like
Yeah. Or like one guy is winning everything and everybody else is losing. Right? And in Crapsy, it's like everybody's winning or everybody's losing. You're a
Yeah.
team. Yeah, it's more of a
Yep.
team sport. Yeah.
Well, here we go, and just so here we go from that 10-ball bank earlier. Instead of 4-1, we now have 3-3. That is, the difference in a winner break format when you make a mistake late in a rack.
Yep.
And I can tell you right now, you do not want to give Zach and Jimmy the confidence that they're feeling right now because, like I said before, they've played a lot of times together, and you had an opportunity to like really put some pressure with that break and run there, and now they feel like they're probably the favorite after maybe starting to sweat a minute ago.
Yeah. So this is a little preview of my team, actually. I'm teaming up with Buckets and ZACK. We've got a team for the Moscone event at Phil's in February 8th. There's a Moscone teams
I'm playing
event.
that.
And we just brought on Travis Hernandez as the fourth. So
nice. I love Travis. Great guy.
Yeah, we've got a great team, good, solid. I'm taking a trip down there, doing a little travel and seeing all the Salem folks. So I'll be down there February 8th and 9th, I guess, for that weekend.
Yeah, I'll be there too. I'll see you there.
Nice.
We have Jackson McDonald in the chat. What's up, Jackson?
Hey, Jackson.
Surprise, surprise, rooting on the Vancouver boys. I don't know if Todd's from Vancouver or not. I know Dizzy is. Yeah, that team event's going to be fun. I love team events. Maybe we'll face off again like we did last time, but hopefully later in the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully later. Yeah.
I think Zach really wants to play a safety where he can like stun underneath these balls here, but the one is going to make contact with the 8. And so it's like really not allowing for him to do what he wants to do. Oh, well, he found a way. That was a great shot. So what he did is he realized the 1-8 was going to react like a pendulum and the 1 was going to replace the 8. And so he played his cue ball in a different position, allowing him to get safe. That was a great shot.
Yeah. Yeah, well executed. And the 4 ball is still a problem. So even if they get ball in hand, it's not an easy out. The 7 ball is an issue. The 4 ball is an issue. There's
I like going for a 3 foul here if you get ball in hand, but I would never bet against this contact.
Yeah, I don't think that he's going to miss this contact either. Oh, well, there we go.
Okay, so here's the thing is he went for a 1 rail kick. And I think that I'm traditionally a 1 rail kicker. Like I don't kick correctly most of the time. Like the pros you'll see go 2 or 3 rails more often than not. I like 1 rail, but I think this, when your cue ball was where it was, like you are such a high percentage coming 2 rails at this ball.
Yeah. And a higher percentage to make the ball as well.
Yeah.
Because the 1 is going to travel right towards the side, and a higher percentage of getting the safety after the hit, because there's a potential for the cue ball to travel back to this bottom rail and have some cover.
What do you think about like the 1 ball here, like and somewhere up in this range, and just rolling up on this 6 ball?
I see nothing wrong with it. At this point, I see no risk in that.
The 4 ball, like if you can get the 1 ball underneath this and you get on the high side of the 6 ball right here, they can't go off the 1 rail. The 4's blocking the kick, the 5's blocking the, like you're forced to go 2 rails from the high side of the 6. And
yeah, I see nothing.
Sorry, I had a lot of scribbles there, but
I see nothing wrong with that shot. There's just not a whole lot of benefit to going offensive here, unless you're going offensive to play the better safety later.
Right.
Like you could do that. You could choose to play the 1 and the 2 and play the safety with the 4 or something like that. But it's always easier to play a safe when you have ball in hand.
Right. Well, it looks like he's trying to play a safe, like rolling up on the 6, but he's putting the 1 in a no man's land where you have no easy safe return if you do get ball in hand again.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Should not be anywhere in this part of the table.
I agree with your shot. You You need to get snugged up to the 6 ball, but get the 1 down in a bad spot. So he's going to end up selling out a hit anyway on the 1. So, and we do have a difference in Fargo rate here between, I think Jimmy is a high 400 player.
No. Jimmy is a 525.
Oh, is he? Okay.
520, 525, something. He kind of floats right around that area there. But yes, both teams have like a 525-ish player and a 570-ish player. So
right. Okay. Sorry, Buckets.
Actually, I'm sorry. Todd is actually only. When I say only because he's been playing very well, but he's a 550, I believe. So I think that Zach and Jimmy have the slight advantage in the Fargo.
And Dizzy is.
I think he's also 530-ish, 525, 530 speed. I'm gonna just check right now because all of this guessing is.
I know. I was gonna open my app too. We're being lazy commentators.
Yeah. So Dustin Wilson is a 524, just like I kind of figured, like 525-ish. Jimmy is 526, so there's a 2-point difference there. And then Todd, I think, like I said, I think Zach has a little slight advantage on Todd. Todd moved up to a 563. So slight advantage for team ZAGER and Buckets, maybe by like 4 or 5 points. It's very close.
That's negligible. Yeah. So this is a really even matchup, and even between the distance between the two players of the teams. And I think that's important as well, because sometimes you see in Scotch doubles, you'll see a high and a low, and then sometimes you'll see two players that are very similar. And I always think that the players that are more evenly rated in the middle do better together as a team. That was I was wondering if he was going to get up on his shot because that door opened right in the middle of his backstroke, but he followed through with it. Oh, Zach gets the kiss off the backside of the 8. It goes right into the pocket. So now we're going to see a safety here with the 4, and we're going to see Todd lock him up to the backside of the 5 ball. Yep, pretty simple shot. I would give it a little more distance between the cue ball and the object ball for this. Maybe just a couple more inches to make it a little easier.
Yeah.
But it should be a pretty simple, stick right there. You have him glued to the backside of the 5, blocking off all kick angles.
Yeah, I think that what I've learned over time is when you're talking about having a couple more inches between the cue ball and the object ball, in my opinion, it allows you to freeze to the 5 and create more distance between the cue ball and the 4. The closer you are and you try to stun with power to create distance, it allows you to stun draw a little bit. Or
no rail.
That's a big mistake. He definitely rushed that.
Yeah, I was going to say that's kind of, the other thing, like you were saying, if your cue ball and the object ball are really close together, you're not really hitting it with a lot of power, You're typically going to poke at it.
Yeah, and if you do hit it with a lot of power, you're going to lose you're probably going to end up stun drawing the cue ball a little bit.
Yep. So big mistake there. What a swing.
We're looking at 3 games unanswered by by Buckets and ZAGER here. If they get out, which I think that they are probably a heavy favorite to get out here.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say this is one of those shots you definitely he's gonna be okay.
Yeah, but he wanted to make sure he was up high enough to where
you need to be at least here or above, because even if you're way down here, you can still roll to this rail. So it's just
he had lots of room to get up there, but that's like you're saying, get on the correct side, get on the correct side, get on the correct side, always.
It's just I feel like pool is a lot like golf, where when you're shooting, you should not just be thinking about your target point, right? Obviously your target point in golf is the flag, and then in pool your target point may be a specific spot, but where can I miss that still allows me to be okay? And that's where you start thinking when you say, just for viewers, that's what we mean by being on the correct side of the ball. He could have been anywhere north of that line, and been okay. But anywhere south of this line, and like all of a sudden you're crossing your angle on the 8, and like things can get really tough to play shape. So
Yeah, you got to like run into the 8 or something because you
2
can't.
or 3 rails. Yeah.
Yeah, it gets really funny. It's amazing how just, a few inches of distance makes it incredibly easier or more difficult.
So we have Melody who she did some. So I looked up the individual ratings, and she took it a step further. Thank you very much, and provided the overall Fargos. So it is Team ZAGER and Buckets at 1096, and Team Dizzy and Todd at 1086. So a 10-point split.
Yep. They're at that perfect level for getting into the 1100 and under Scotch events, and they do get into all of them if they can.
Well, little sneak peek preview for yourself and everybody listening in the chat. I am currently having a flyer made for a 1100 and under Scotch tournament on February 22nd.
Nice. You heard it here first, folks. Where's this going to be?
This is going to be at Silver Star Saloon in Vancouver. It's going to be a 100 and
he made
celebrating the early 10. Yeah,
but it doesn't count. Obviously, he's just joking. But
so it's going to be a $150 entry tournament, and with a full participation of 48 teams. Hopefully, the bar is going to add $500. So it's going to be a pretty big tournament. I increased the entry a little bit from the standard like $120. I'm excited.
Nice.
I have not yet to do a bigger tournament, like a bigger Scotch tournament there, and I think it's a great venue. And it's been almost a year since we've done an 1100 tournament down here, so I'm excited.
I'm checking my calendar right now, actually.
Nice. Do you have someone in mind that you would choose to play with for such a cap?
I'd have to, get my calculator out and my.
No. What are you, 587, 590?
No, 578-ish.
Okay, so you can play with a 522. Okay. I think Travis Hernandez is a 522. Just saying. I'm not sure who Jamster is in the chat, but they asked when I was going to be playing against Jimmy and Zach. That's a good question. I have thrown out a challenge to them on numerous occasions for their 1100 and under Scotch action with an opponent, with me and a player who puts us at like a 1090, and they have rejected my offer a few times. They say that my potential partner is too underrated, so I don't know that match will happen. I'd love to see it happen, but I don't know that it will.
Okay. Well, you can bet that ZAGER and Buckets will be on that list for the 1100 and under Scotch because they are right at the top of that cap, and they love playing together.
Yeah, I made a little poll in one of the pool groups that we have on Facebook for like Portland and Washington, and it was like 1050, 1100, 1150, and they were in the comments, 1100, let's go. We'll sign up right now. They're ready, so.
Nice. So looking for the break and run here. We have not seen one yet. There's been some back and forths in each rack. This is going to be.
Oof, he took the aggressive angle.
I was going to say inside is going to be, he just didn't want to take a chance of getting caught up behind those balls. But man, did that work out great.
I think he was going for like this line.
Yeah, right. But that's tough to do.
And the other thing is he was trying to get really close to the ball. Like I think he could have trusted Jimmy to make that from like just center table.
Good point.
That's one of those. I have a hard time with that too. I always try to get my partner perfect or try to get myself or my partner like really close to the ball instead of accepting a longer shot. But that could have easily turned weary. So
a little bit of a conference here. I like hitting this with a bit of low, maybe even just straight low.
Yes, right where you are, right where you're pointing now on the cue ball, I think is.
And coming up this, stunning it up this path right here.
Yeah, that's what he's aiming for. And just trust Zach. We see like that, and that's fine. Like he ended up being a little bit more angle, a little bit further, but
he's off the rail.
Okay. Yeah, he's off the rail, and Zach has natural shape. He's just got to make this ball, which he's definitely a favorite to do.
It's all about getting
Well,
on
he
the
went with the
nine.
sun. He went with the sun. Instead
Yeah.
of
Do
straight
you
top and ending up over here.
I was going to say, do you like just sort of letting it out a little bit and either hitting that with the same English but coming off this rail and back out, or do you like floating it?
I like to float. I'm not normal. I think that if the 8 ball was a little bit off the rail, then I would have stunned. But with it being on the rail with such distance, the amount of bottom English you have to use in order for that stun to take is you have to hit the ball pretty firm. And I don't know that I like that with where that was at. I just roll it in. If you miss, you're likely to get safe behind the 9. Like there's just a lot of good that comes from rolling that ball in, I think.
Yeah, this one, oh man, that was beautiful. I was going to say this one could get funny if he bumps the 9, but
well, it did get a little funny because he's on the rail, and
well,
I mean, unless his angle might be taking him just like this, just barely past it.
I think it is.
Oh,
We're into it, yeah.
okay, that worked out well.
Yeah, because if you're giving the 10 a nudge from that direction, they're both going to kind of lay up if you hit it at a nice speed. Here we go. Tied game. We have an even matchup. Very even matchup. And what are the odds? What do you guys think? Anybody got any predictions in the chat? Who's going to win this thing? And what do you think the score is going to end up being? Do you think it's going to be Hill? I'm just curious if anybody has any predictions. Here, you know what? I could do a poll.
Oh, I remember we learned that.
Yeah, right. Let me just switch over to that. Start a poll. Melody says Hill, Buckets, and Zach. Jamster says Zach and Buckets 13-11. What do you like here, Dylan? You going to combo this 8-ball in? Nice and slow and leave the 1 right where the 8 is?
No, I'm cutting the 1 to the top corner. Yeah, just like that.
And so is he, and he bumps the 2 out.
I would have liked to see like maybe just a little bit of right or to end up here instead of going 2 rails into it, because now you're running into it was kind of touchy for what you were going to get for shape, and I believe the 2 went to this pocket. So, but they're at the table. He made a good shot, and now you just have to trust that your partner is going to play something that keeps you in control of the table, or at least keeping your opponents at bay.
Going to find a hiding spot for that 2-ball.
Perfect.
I think there might be a window.
Actually, I don't think he does.
I think there's a window there.
Oh, maybe a double kiss.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I don't know. You don't have a choice on where you hit it. If the window is there, he's kicking, so he's actually, maybe the window's not there.
I was gonna say, it looks like based on the 7, like the 7 looks to be a full like inch or 2 right of the cue ball, which means in its midpoint of the table. So like you'd have to miss the whole 7, which is going like at the right side of the 4, but then the 10 I think might be hindering that. So
yeah, so he's calling the kick, which means that the window is not open. Because I think that you would take a chance at getting a safe from that window, because I don't like any part of this kick shot.
2 rails.
Yeah, 2 rails into it is better.
That's a bad roll.
Very unfortunate there. And a chance for Dizzy and Todd to get something going here.
Look at what we have over here now.
Yeah.
No early 10 balls, and he just put the 10 into a position that makes the 9 very tough to play,
Yeah.
especially with where the 8 is. So that
Well,
might not, unless they're able to do something with the 7 ball
I
and
was
like
just going to
free
say,
up the 10.
yeah, I don't know if this is on to come off the 10 into the pocket. That doesn't really look like it's on for that ball. But you might be able to do it with the 5. Playing the 5 off the 10 if you got that small little window position. So the poll is up, guys, and we have 9 votes. 67% of the field says Dizzy and Todd is going to win this thing. So a little player conference to figure out how they want to attack this rack. Ball in hand is, but no early 10s. He's going for the 10 ball now.
And that's actually, it's funny because I was going to say that doesn't seem like a bad idea because it'll just spot. And if you can control the 2 ball, you're getting the 10 out of there.
Oh, man, that was a good shot.
That's a great shot. Yeah.
Yeah,
That conference that they just had was very creative and very smart and well executed.
yeah.
And Dizzy did a great job of controlling the 2 ball there, which was very important. But he's still, I'm not going to lie, he's a little jacked up. He's got a little bit of a thin cut. And he's going to have to use quite a bit of left English. This is not the easiest of shots.
If he has a slight angle, you can take it to the side with a bunch of inside.
Probably come right at the 5 ball.
Yeah, just like that. If he had just a slight angle, I was like, I think it's a much bigger pocket to go to the side and use a ton of spin on it to get the cue ball down. Did a great job. I think this is my first time watching Todd Brewer play. Pretty impressed. He's got a great stroke. Oh, the poll is getting closer now. As soon as I said something, now we got 13 votes, and it's 54% for Dizzy and Todd. Uh-oh. maybe that number's going to go down now. I don't know. All right. Jacked up. Fortunately, the 3 ball is a hanger. Watch out, 8 ball. Watch out, 8 ball. Oh, no.
I'm having PTSD because I've heard you say that. Like you love using that kind of like saying, like when it's traveling near a ball to get potentially hooked. And I've heard you say it when I watch back matches of my own where I've hooked myself or like my partner. Yeah. So just hearing Patrick's voice saying, watch out, whatever ball, like 2 or 3 times continuous is like now a PTSD trigger for me, I think.
Yeah, it's one of my lines, I guess.
I love it. Yeah, I love it.
I just see it traveling. I'm like, oh no, that's the only thing that you cannot do. You know, anywhere else would have been great.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's jumping this ball, being as close to the 8 ball as he is.
Yeah.
Because if you're jumping the thin side of the 8, you have the chance where the cue ball could come off the table here. And the 6 ball is not like super accessible. Like I think I might kick this slow roll kick.
Yeah,
and just, like, try to get it to the rail.
Honestly, I think he's not committed yet. I think he's just scoping it out to see what it feels like. I think sometimes you just have to get your jump stick in your hand and feel it and then be okay with changing your mind. But he looks like he's comfortable with it because he's just going over a thin piece. So it's kind of a little hop.
But that's my worry is that if you catch the 5 thick from you have a chance of coming off the table if you hit it too hard.
Oh, I thought that cue ball was going to hang up in the pocket, but it went down.
That was a great attempt, though. He hit that pretty well.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, the kick wasn't a good option either.
The hard part is that he was intending to stick the cue ball, like kind of like a stop shot. But because of how close they were, he wasn't able to hit it super hard. So the ball kind of like stun followed forward. The idea was great. The execution was about probably as good as he could have from there. But with how close the cue and the 8 was, it was very difficult to like hit it hard enough to get the stun that he wanted.
Sorry, that's my driveway alarm that's beeping. I gotta go turn that thing down.
It sounded almost like your
Whenever
Samsung
somebody,
washing machine or something.
no, whenever somebody comes up the driveway, that thing triggers because I'm in like a back room off the side of my garage, so I don't
Right.
ever know when people are coming.
Okay.
So anyway, I'll be right back.
Okay. Just see, this is one of those situations again. Like Dizzy he's playing all the right shots. You really got to focus on making sure you're on the correct side of those balls, and once he starts thinking about that a little more consciously, I think he'll see his runouts will increase quite a bit, and his Fargo will also increase quite a bit. There's a really good recovery shot from Todd. He's on the correct side of the ball. He's got angle. Dizzy can stun over. He can use stun and stun over like this. He can go forward with top inside. Like, he's got a lot of options here. It's really just dealer's choice on what he's more comfortable with. Wavy in the chat does not think that it's going to be close and that someone is eventually going to like calm down and run away with this. And I think I disagree. I think that these teams are so closely rated, and so far we haven't seen anything from either team, in my opinion, that's like made me believe that someone's going to run away with it. Like, there keeps being a shot where someone misses when they're not supposed to, or getting out of line, and by both teams. So, but I mean, I guess like you said, if one of the teams decides to wrinkle out or to iron out all those nerves or mistakes, then one rail here. Oh no. I think he jumped up on that shot a little bit there. But it also, I'm not gonna lie, I know he overcut it, which is why the cue ball ended up coming into the 10. But even if he made it, I think he would have ended up leaving like a parallel leave where Dizzy would have had to bank, or like an extreme back cut. You definitely wanted to like use like a outside to come this way, or like stun, something to get the ball traveling back up table a little bit.
All right, I'm back. I saw the missed shot from Todd on the 9 ball. That pivotal.
You think Zach banks this?
No, I think you cut it in the side.
He's lining up the bank.
It looked like he was queuing up the bank.
Now he's cutting it.
I totally will cut this all day long.
Zach just really likes banking, so it's like you can see him. Yeah, I told you.
You know what they say?
Banks for show, cut for dough.
That's right. The
I'm
pocket
cutting
is
his ball all day and twice on Saturday.
The pocket is right there. Just banks are, all about the speed in which you hit it, and
English, the humidity of the room. Like, there's a lot of variables.
There's so many more variables that go into a bank. The cut shot is just hit it,
on the right spot, and it goes in.
Yeah, you hit it on the right spot with the right stroke, and it goes right in the pocket. So,
yeah. I think I'd be shooting this to the side pocket.
He's going to watch this back, and he's going to tell us what he thinks of our commentary. But, it's personal opinion, right? It's what you're comfortable with as a player. It's not like what Dylan or I say is right or wrong. It's just what we think, and I always tell players that, that listen to my commentary, hey, just because you heard me say it doesn't mean that it's right for you.
That it's, and the other thing too is, I mean, we've both experienced this, where you go back and watch a match that you played in, and the shot doesn't look anything like it appears on the stream or the monitor. Like, sometimes the angle is more severe, or sometimes certain things just aren't the way that they appear. So,
yeah, and I've had people commentate my matches, and then I watch it back, and I'm like, you guys were totally wrong about that situation, and I had to tell. But then it's like, no, I get it, right? Because you can't really see everything. We're just basing what we think based on what we see on our screen, right? We're not even in the room.
Right.
And the players have the best view of what's going on. So, yeah, man. So, Dylan, I wanted to give you a special thanks for, volunteering your time on, I don't know if it's sunny there, but it's like beautiful sunshine outside, and you're volunteering.
Very sunny.
Yeah, to commentate this match on a Saturday afternoon, and I know the people watching really appreciate it. So if guys in the chat, guys that are watching, next time you see Dylan, go up to him, shake his hand, say thank you. He's not getting paid for this. He's just doing it because he loves the game, and he wants to give you guys an entertaining match to watch.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't mind. I haven't been able to commentate as many matches or streams in the last couple of months as I would have liked. So when the opportunity arose, I jumped on it. I'm leaving tomorrow morning for San Diego for the week, so I'm not too concerned about missing out on the sunshine today.
Oh, right. You're going to the sun. Okay.
That helps a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I knew it was late enough in the day. I typically am out late Friday nights running that tournament at Silver Star, so it was late enough in the day. I was like, you know what? It's early enough to where I should be able to catch the most of the second half of the football game. I'm a huge NFL fan. The NFL playoffs is like my favorite time of year for any sports.
Yeah, don't. And by the way, don't say any scores. I'm recording, so.
Oh, you didn't want to know that they're up right now?
No.
Yeah, no, I won't say anything. But I appreciate the you letting me know, because I would have hated to. Man, I'll tell you right now, since we have a little bit of a break, it is like I've had this thought so many times over the years. I don't know how you do it, how people are able to like record a game and go back and watch. I just, knowing that the game has already finished, like even if, let's say, nobody told me, knowing that the game is finished, like it just totally messes with my mental, and I don't enjoy watching it as much as when it's live. Like I can't enjoy it the same.
You know, I've gotten so used to YouTube and on my phone, and you know how when you're watching a YouTube video on your phone, you can double tap the right side to go forward 10 seconds.
Right.
And so I just literally just tap, and then I watch the shots that I want to see, right? And
Yeah.
so I can watch a 1 hour, match in like 10, 12 minutes.
Right.
You know,
No,
because
yeah, but I'm talking about like football is a little different because
yeah. Oh,
I mean, you're really only gonna
yeah.
go. You're really only gonna. I mean, you can fast forward through certain things, but most of it you're probably only gonna fast forward through like the commercials and the halftime breaks and stuff. But
That's
it's
what I
still
hate.
gonna be a
Yeah.
considerable amount of time. And like I said, for me, it's not the time that I'm putting into watching it after the fact. It's just something with my mental psyche, like knowing that the game has completed,
Right.
that just it immediately turns off any desire to watch the game.
Is it the same thing about watching pool for you?
No, not at all.
So you're fine watching pool pre-recorded and something that happened in the past, but
I obviously prefer to see it live, but like with work, and especially we know like most pool tournaments happen like during the day, so like I do not have the ability to all the time to just like sit and watch the Moscone Cup or
Right.
whatever tournament it is. So I often have to go back and watch after the fact. And it's, for whatever reason it's different, but like live sporting events like football and basketball and stuff, I've never once in my life watched a recorded game.
All right. So how often do you watch live pool and live sports at the same time?
Ooh, yeah, often.
No, I think, yeah, of course, live is better, but you can pre-recorded, you can kind of skip through things and just watch shots. And if there's certain players you want to, see how they do things, I'm curious at how people play. And, but yeah, if it's not live, I'm fast forwarding through most of it, me personally, but I like to watch it live because
What a break.
there's just something great about not knowing what is going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen.
Right. Yeah. And again, I get your point. Like, you're not choosing to do it this way. There's a difference between like, you're not like just some weirdo that's like, I'm going to record this and watch it later because I'd rather, read a book. Like you're obligated to something else and you're choosing to watch it back.
Yeah.
And like I said, for me, I think I'm the weirdo. I know plenty of people who've always done that, like the Blazer games and stuff. They'll have like recorded it and go back and watch it later. But
yeah,
I cannot do it. I do not know why.
Melody says she wants a Venmo tip option for commentators. That, is something that we talked about. And I think in our group, we have a group of commentators that volunteer for these types of things. We've suggested it, but I don't know. It was a few months ago, but at that point, the commentators said, no, we're volunteering. We don't want to do that, but I think it's a good idea. I think maybe we will do that. I
think that, like, so here's the thing. I am a good tipper. Like I have a hard. I'm one of those people that like even when I don't want to tip, I'll tip just because I don't want to feel guilty. And so I think for me, like the idea of having it on screen kind of suggests that we're like asking for it, which I don't like. I think that like if somebody in the chat wanted to tip, that they could always like reach out to that person, the commentator, like via Facebook or text or whatever, and or in the commentary, hey, what's your Venmo? I'd love to send you a little something. Like I think that like for me at least, I would prefer something like that rather than like having my Venmo up on the screen because I don't want it to feel like I'm asking for it.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. So back to the match though, guys. A missed shot from
Dizzy.
From no, it was from Buckets.
Well, first Dizzy, then Buckets. Dizzy had missed the 3 ball on the side. He tried to go 3 rails, and then Buckets missed the 4 ball.
So back to Dizzy.
We're catching up here. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we're getting caught up on the. Sometimes we get going. Well, they had a little player break, and so it gave us time to.
Yeah, and this is a good opportunity for Dizzy and Todd to. Oh, see, here so there's been multiple times now that I've said that Dizzy was not on the right side of the ball, and I would just like to make sure that I give credit where credit is due. He played that perfectly. Like he has angle. Todd can go back and forth twice if he feels like the angle's too steep. He can just do like a drag shot. I mean, oh no!
Oh no! Disaster! Oh.
Right as I'm hyping him up, man.
I
Dizzy,
know.
To be fair,
that's
not on Dizzy. Dizzy played the shot perfectly and gave Todd a lot of options: forward 3 rails, drag shot, stun shot. So the point is that Dizzy got on the right side of the ball there. He did not leave his partner straight, and that's something that I would imagine Todd probably feels like he should execute better. Than he did, and.
So Zach's got a nice little angle. Gave Buckets a nice angle to go top here off the side rail and get just down below the 9 just a little bit, and you'll be perfect. I don't like that as much, but it's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's workable.
Yeah.
So Zach just needs to put on his boots with the high heels to reach this shot.
Yeah, and give some distance, but I favor Buckets in this situation. But they've had some missed shots in this set that. I've seen Buckets play better. I think that, this is a moment for him right here.
I think every player in this match
there it is
not playing their best pool. Like,
yeah,
and I don't mean that in like a bad way. I just feel like, this is Scotch always makes things a little bit more tough. Like I had this conversation last night with somebody. They're like, I don't really play Scotch. I don't like playing Scotch for money. I don't typically play well. Like you're playing for someone else's money, and you're also playing for like their quote unquote like reassurance of you and how you played. And so like it definitely changes. And that's why I think you talked earlier about how having chemistry really helps. And that to me is a big part of it, because you're not worried about your teammate thinking like, oh man, he didn't play that right, or he didn't try to get me good shape. Like when you have chemistry, a lot of that chemistry is trust and lack and no doubt of each other. So
yeah,
I'm surprised that Zach and Jimmy they've had a few mistakes, like you said, that are a bit uncharacteristic, especially for like the chemistry they have. Todd and Dizzy, on the other hand, have never played together before for money, so it's a little bit more understandable.
Scratch on the break, and 2-ball is going to be difficult.
Yeah, the 2 to the 6 definitely. The 2-6 plays.
Yeah,
but you're losing the 2-ball potentially behind the 3-ball. It's not amazing.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, I really like that 10-ball from Buckets. I know that it wasn't really, a hard shot, but it was a pressure moment to tie the score or give them a 2-game lead, and he's missed some shots that were similar. And I really like the way he took a little extra time on that 10-ball and just fired it straight in the hole.
Yeah, he played it with a lot of confidence. I like that.
Yeah. Looked like he took a step back for a second and just, kind of realized the importance and made it count. Yeah, how do you attack this? Are you going to try to lay the cue ball up on the rail somewhere to get the 2?
Yeah, I think I would play the 1. I was thinking about this earlier. I think I'd play the 1 on the side so that I can just follow and I don't have to worry about stunning, and I can get like potentially even go like past the 7.
So it says I don't want any part of it.
Was that a missed shot or a safety?
No,
I
I
was
think
drawing my
it
line.
was,
I didn't.
it was a safety. I'm not sure it went exactly the way that he liked, but it worked out pretty good.
I'm gonna watch the feedback. I want to
Yeah.
watch that again.
I can't imagine. Yeah, it definitely. I just watched it again on the YouTube, and it definitely. I'm going to say I'm 90% sure that was a safety from Dizzy. Intentional. But I don't think that it played out the way that he was expecting.
Right. Okay. I would agree. Yeah. I think that if you're gonna play a safety, he should have played like the cue ball underneath the one and done like a stop slide under the 4 and sent the 1 like up near the 10 and the 3. But
yeah, because with ball in hand, you can position that a little bit better if you're going to play a
Yeah.
safe there.
Trying to play forward with the cue ball while also making the other ball travel 3 rails is really tough.
Nice jump shot from Zach, and the 10 ball rolls in to even add extra cover, so you can't masse around this 8 ball. You have to go kicking, and I like the 2 rails like we were talking about before, and this could even get you broken out on the 2, because if you look at this and you come off the top of the 1, that cue ball is going to run into the 3 and shake some things up. You never know, right? These are the moments where you could pull off a highlight reel and open up the rack, pocket the 1. I like taking a stab at it here.
Are you kicking this 2 rails or 1?
2 rails, yeah.
See, remember when I said earlier,
Just
what a
like
shot.
that. Oh, he hit that almost exactly as I drew it up, except for I thought that you would clip the 3 when he came off the 1. It didn't clip the 3, and that caused an issue. But great shot from Mr. Brewer. Not out of the woods yet. A little bit of swerve around this 9 to hit the 2 softly. Is he going to get up and get cover behind the 3? He is. What a shot, back to back.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice shot.
That was a slow masse to kick that 2 ball out, and the cue ball came back perfect. He hit that exactly as he was intending. That was a well-executed shot. Oh my gosh. No way. Is it going to drop? It's not going to drop. My goodness.
What a few shots that we just saw, like back to back to back, though.
No kidding. I mean, if that would have dropped, I
Zach's
was like, what is going on?
Zach's jump, Todd's kick, Dizzy's masse, Jimmy's kick, like all 4 of them.
There was 4 in a row.
An incredible shot, back to back to back.
And now that worked out really good for Zach and Buckets, because
this is tough. Like even if you make this,
even if you make
that 2 ball's very deep.
It's easy to make it and scratch if you don't hit that side rail first. But if you do hit the side rail first, it's possible that you're going to miss the 2 because it's so deep inside the pocket that the cue ball's just.
I honestly think that there's a part of me that would consider tying up the 7 ball right now.
Yeah, but you are playing 3 fouls, so then
that's
you have
okay.
to.
What are they going to do with the 2 ball? So
that's true.
They're forced to try to play safe on a ball without ball in hand. Like I think you're very high percentage to scratch here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Rather than giving them ball in hand like this, give them ball in hand with something tied up and make them get out. Right?
Yeah, or make them play because regardless with ball in hand, where you were going to have to try to play the 2 ball to get somewhere here to try to play safe on the 3. And again, like you said earlier, playing a safe with ball in hand is a lot easier than playing safe without ball in hand. So like it wasn't going to be a guaranteed lockup. So that's, like I said, I don't know that I would have done it, but I would have definitely considered it. I think the ball up. Yeah,
and I think if you're a Scotch doubles partners and you're thinking that and he's not seeing it, I think that's a great time to take a timeout and say, hey, I don't know if you considered this, but
it's really difficult. And I think that this is something you start to see more as like players' skill level rises, is passing up potential makeable balls. Like you see lower rated players or like less experienced players, if there's a chance at a make, they're going for it. Whereas like some of the higher players, like you'll see pros like completely duck offensive shots that they could easily make, but they know the percentages of them getting on that next ball are so low that they just duck and play a good containing shot or a good safety. And I think that that's like the maturity level and the experience level in a pool player, because you don't have to go for it. But when you see a ball hanging, you're like, I can make this kick. I know I can make it. And it's like, but can you avoid the scratch? Can you get shape on the 3? Like, just a lot that starts to factor in. You really have to start like playing the percentages, swallowing a little bit of ego. And
Agreed. And Zach lays down a real nice safety on this 4 ball. Dizzy's really struggling to figure out, okay, exactly, he's got to come 2 rails into it. But
he's
then
gonna hit this.
It's going to go into open space, though. That's the thing. It's like, both balls are going to get open unless you get fortunate and get behind.
What do you mean what do you mean it's going into open space? He had that safety in the back of his mind the whole time.
To get behind the 10. It's just that was a low percentage to get safe, but he got there. But Bucket's got an edge of the 4 here. Might get safe behind the 6. Oh, he grazed the 10, so that's ball.
I was gonna say it didn't look like he had.
Yeah, it didn't look like it from the camera, but the way he was getting down on it, he wasn't.
So you know what
he wasn't
likely happened is he probably had the edge of the ball, but he played that with left spin. And when you play left spin, the ball is going to swerve to the right just a hair immediately after contact. Yeah. And that's probably what ended up happening. Because I would bet he was not shooting at a ball that he couldn't see.
Yeah, especially when you hit it soft, it's gonna pull a lot more.
Yeah. Well, Todd's choice of not tying up the 7 ball earlier, the thing that I was talking about, is looking a lot better now. And now they probably think that I'm a Looney Tune. So,
well, position on the 6 here is not guaranteed.
Yeah, this is one of those shots where I think that I'd go around it.
Yeah, I do too.
You don't even need bottom. You can use just a lot of left and it'll pull. Or that works too.
Yeah, if you come into the 6, you're probably going to be good. It could get funny, but it worked out. And not on the correct side of the 6, though. Are you going to run into this 10 ball to try to stop the cue ball?
No, I think that I probably would have played it like that.
Just like that. Come right through the window.
I had a message that I was reading, so I was a little delayed there. But I think that I don't like bumping balls. I do not like it. I will avoid it at absolutely all costs if possible, because I just feel like I always end up getting myself into a tough spot.
Yeah.
So I'd rather take the harder shot to avoid bumping a ball.
Yeah, there's more uncontrollables when you run into balls. You have to do that a lot in the 8 ball, but yeah. Okay, 50-yard line on this 8 ball kind of looks a little scratchy, but I think you're playing it to this pocket here. And I think cue ball naturally comes, about there?
It's hard. So I have a measuring tool that I use for this shot because I've practiced the spot shot so much that I know where it's going to hit on the rail. And so I can tell how far above it, the center line it is, how left or right it is of this line, have an idea.
Oh, he's cutting it to the other corner. Wow. And he comes around and gets...
What a shot.
Wow.
Todd Brewer.
Yeah, he's been pulling off some good shots in this match. He's definitely playing strong. Out of the 4, I'd say he's the most in gear from what I've seen.
Yeah.
But we're getting gritty, though. I mean, these games are getting gritty. Some good safety battles in there and some great escapes in this rack.
This is a tough shot. The ball being so close that you're stunning near a side pocket.
Yeah. Just catches the outside part of that corner pocket. Cue ball's off the rail. That's what you want. Straight in the hole.
Nice out, gentlemen.
Yeah. That was a battle. That rack, man. There was some great defensive play. Some great escapes, great shots. That 2-rail kick on the 1 ball, and then the masse to get the safety on the 2 was impressive.
Yeah, that was a very nice out there. Couple of rolls here and there, kicked at the 4 and got safe behind the 10, which resulted in ball in hand. But they, when given the chance, they made the most of it.
Oh, we got 45 live viewers watching. 19 people have taken the poll, and 58% say Dizzy and Todd are going to win the set. 42% to Zach and Buckets, according to the popular vote.
That is that's going to be a costly scratch. I think the table is pretty open, and I think that this is one of those racks and one of those momentum shifts that we're going to see Zach and Jimmy kind of start to play a little bit more like they can. Just my prediction. I think they get out on this rack. Anyone who does not like commentator curses, I'm sorry. I don't believe in that. I think they're going to get out.
Well, if you believe it, then the 2 to the 3 you do have to be a little bit considerate of, but
not necessarily. Like, if you get weird, you can just play here. Zach's going to be the one shooting the 3 ball, right? Like, he has this window here. He can get underneath and play a bank or a safe. Like, if we're talking about running out, yes. But, as far as just, being in control of the table, they should be okay.
Yeah.
Winning this rack.
I like this, what he's doing.
He's playing safe.
No.
Yeah.
With the open table, he's
running up onto the 7 ball.
Why would he do that?
Oh, he decided.
But why? He must not have liked something in the pattern there.
The 2 to the 3 had to been the 2 to the 3. There was nothing else.
Yeah.
That was tough, right? I don't think
so.
Okay. Just was making sure I wasn't crazy.
Once you get on
I'm going to be honest, though.
The rest of them are...
He just put this in a real bad spot for the other team because your only real window at this ball is let's see if I can... here.
Yeah, okay, but...
Barely missing the 4, and then, you have to miss the 5, or else they're on 2, and the one's near the 5 and the 10, I see a 3 foul coming.
Yeah, 3 foul could happen here. I agree.
He put in a very good spot.
It's very difficult to get a hit.
I don't love the way he played this safe, in all honesty, because he was hitting the one off another ball, so you're not really guaranteed where the one's going to go. He was forced to stun over a little bit, 3 or 4 inches, which is, you got to be really particular with your cue ball. I think if I would have done it, I probably would have tried to just roll up on the 7 because I'm guaranteeing my position on the cue ball. But his turned out way better than mine would have because the one ended up over here in the stack. So,
yep.
And his cue ball was perfect.
Yeah, where the 1 is, it's pretty easy to play another safety.
Yep.
Lock up from that 1 being able to either hide behind the 10 or the 5.
Yeah.
Good attempt.
And now he's going to make it even easier for the 1 ball.
Yeah. So
actually, I think he just made it more difficult. I don't know that he can get. I mean, if he can get the full 1 ball from this angle, and even if he can, the 1's going to be traveling at the 7. So, I mean, maybe I guess you probably have to just slow roll it at the 8 and then get on the 4 ball maybe, or the 5, whatever, the 5 ball. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't know. We don't really have the right view to see how much distance there is there. It's just too hard to see from the screen.
If he can, I think the shot, if he can miss the 5 ball entirely, would be to put the cue ball right here and shoot the 1 ball at the 8 and stun to here. Because then the 1 ball is going to come this side of the 8, which means the 8 could potentially be blocking the 1 rail kick. I think that if he can do it, that's probably the best opportunity he has, but I must not be on because he's playing something entirely different. No rail.
The rail.
Oof.
It does, but he's given up the pretty basic hit here.
Yeah.
So to avoid the 3 foul, it's not going to be an issue. But you might be able to hit this and get safe as well.
I'll tell you what. I'm sure maybe you don't feel the same, but when I'm on 2, even a kick as simple as this, you start to feel a little nervous.
Yeah, you don't want to be trying to catch an edge of it to play safe, right? At this moment, you make sure you're hitting it full, guaranteeing that you don't get 3 fouled. Maybe just come into it soft so that you're leaving it kind of stuck to the 8. You're not selling out a bunch of stuff. Yeah, like that. That's perfect right there.
I won't lie. I don't know that I would have been brave enough to shoot it like that because, like, what if I caught the rail first and then the one ball and that speed would have never gotten a rail? Like, I'm probably shooting that pretty firm to guarantee that I get the hit, like, and just be a little scared.
Ooh, look at this. He's frozen him to the 8. He's pinched him in there.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Yeah, he's going to have the one rail at it, but this is going to get a little bit more wild. Harder to get safe off of this kick shot. And the one ball doesn't really have any pockets to go to. He's looking to see if the 10-5 is lined up.
I think it might be.
It might be. He might have the 1-10-5 combo, 5 down to the bottom left corner.
I have got a parlay.
I believe that's what he's called
this week.
He has called the 5, and it almost goes. That was a heck of an attempt.
He's fairly safe, I think, though.
And he got
a good shot.
That was a great shot. Yeah, Buckets might be able to hit a full enough piece of this one to either stun the cue ball down to the bottom rail and put one into no man's land, or...
So do you...
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you like gambling at all on, like, sports?
A little bit.
I love doing I do, like, every week I do, like, a $25 parlay, and I pick, like, 5 or 6 or 7 games, and this obviously in the playoffs I can't pick that many games, but I did pretty well this year. I think I did 12 weeks of parlays and I hit like 5 of them, I think.
A 5-team parlay?
No, I hit 5 parlays total, and they were like 6, 7, or 8 game parlay, 8 legs.
Wow,
each one.
That's huge.
Yeah,
those pay out pretty big.
It's the only thing I really know that that I stay up to date on enough to like be able to play with a high percentage.
So like $10 bet gets you like 500 or something?
No, $25 every week, and then typically depending on who I choose, because obviously like I pick my favorite 5 or 6 games, and so like anywhere from like 300 to 600 probably is what I won each time.
This doesn't look like it
I think
like
that
he can get a hit.
I don't even think that he has like through here with right spin.
Oh, sorry, I deleted your line.
You're fine. I think that he's looking at your line. Like, oh, he did look at mine. Okay, yeah, he did have enough to get. He could get by the 4 enough.
Right. So first opportunity at the rack, really, other than when they had ball in hand. Zach had ball in hand after the break, and it was probably an easier run out at that point with ball in hand than what he's got now. So when you look at that, was it the right move to go for the 3 foul or get the run out?
Yeah, I don't think so.
You know, because you're always looking at what are you gonna, if you don't get the 3 foul, are you going to get back a better opportunity than ball in hand with a pretty open table?
So my thought is typically if my opponent is only on 1 and my table is open, I'm attacking. If my opponent is on 2 and the table is open, I will consider a safe. But sure, only being on 1, there's just too much that can happen to try to play safe. Like I'd rather trust myself to run out, and your best situation is your opponent in their chair.
Yeah, and I agree. If you don't let them back to the table,
I've played the percentage shot, or I've played a nut safety, and the person has kicked and made it, or kicked and hooked me back, and now next thing you know, you're like, well, shoot, now I'm the one that's like in a predicament. And so like I'd rather just trust yourself. And like I said, if they're on 2, I'll take a swing at it. What's the word? Might as well. Like you can win the game off of 1 good safe.
So this is the shot right here, Dylan, that is going to decide if they're going to get out of this rack. If he can get from the 3 to the 4, and I don't know how exactly.
I don't think that he can.
Yeah, because he's going to have to go around the 9 to come back out. Like
yeah, he's going to have to go inside English. Yeah, like that.
Oh, wow.
And miss the 6, though.
Wow. I mean, he's made a couple of good shots, actually. He had a great shot on the 1 ball that slided over and get him dead perfect on the 2, so that all Buckets had to do was just slow roll the 2 in and then leave that for Zach to pull off the shot on the 3 and get around for the 4. That was really good playing right there.
Yeah.
And
That's
a
another
nice
good shot right there too.
nice follow up. Get him a little angle
Little
on the
flat,
side.
but he's close enough. The 5's close enough to the pocket. He can go rail first if he feels he needs to.
And the 6 is close enough to the pocket that you don't have to get perfect.
Right.
So this is great shooting from Zach and Buckets. Let's see if they can hold it together and get these last 6 balls in.
I told you this was the rack they were going to start kind of picking it up. I thought they were going to run out with ball in hand, but Zach decided he cared more about proving me wrong than running out. So
yeah, and this is a dogfight, man. We've never had no team has been up by more than 1.
nope.
It's been
3-1. 3-1.
Oh.
Dizzy and Todd were up 3-1, and they missed the break. They missed the bank on the 10 to break and run to go up 4-1. And since then, it has been dead even.
Yeah. Seen a lot of lead changes. This is a back and forth dogfight. And Bucket's got to, what he's going to do, slow roll and try to get short side on the 7?
Oof. I think that I like playing the 6 a little thinner to the pocket, to this side of the pocket, and getting the cue ball to come like here, and maybe even like second rail to here. Like someone just get somewhere in this vicinity and trust Zach to make the ball.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what else you're going to do. I mean, you could like try to stun into the 7, but that could easily end up with like the 7 here and the cue ball here. So I think that, again, I don't like bumping stuff. So,
right.
And like you could go what the other shot would be like the thin side of the pocket here, like I was talking about, and then going 3 rails to the middle of the table. Sorry, I forgot about the fact that you have to re-click the line. But
yeah, I think so. My plan is I'm going to go and I'm going to hit the full side of this pocket, and just with a slow speed. And I'm pretty confident that I'm getting my cue ball right here, and I don't have to mess with anything.
Really? Okay, yeah. If it's not too much angle, then that's definitely a shot. Minimal cue ball travel is best.
It depends. It looks to me like the angle you can hit that full side of the pocket and hit and really just kill the cue ball right there.
I think,
but maybe not.
If my view is right, I think that you're probably going to get a little bit closer to like here, but still manageable.
Yeah, it might get a little sketchy.
The problem is you don't have a bailout pocket if you overroll it.
So he's going the other way, getting Zach for the corner. That's more of a sure thing.
See, this is the only thing is he took the line I was talking about, but just like taking it to that second rail opens up your opportunities, gets him away from the rail, like and it's already the same line. But Zach's shooting good, so
yeah, he's shooting good, and he knew with a slow roll he can leave him a pretty good look at the corner. This one though, he's on the wrong side. Yeah, I was gonna say. So he's gonna have to use outside and spin this cue ball 3 rails, something like that.
Yeah.
But you gotta manufacture this. It's not, that line is not.
I think that if I was Jimmy, and actually, let me scratch that. If I was Zach, I would be taking a conference with Jimmy and telling him, don't try to get here. Just come off this rail and get me anywhere in the middle of the table. Zach is a favorite to make that ball anywhere in the middle of the table. Like, the last thing you want is to Jimmy to try to be a hero and end up here.
Yeah, or scratch. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Like, Zach needs to kind of take initiative and be like, hey, I'm playing good. Don't do too much. Just make your ball come a couple rails and trust me to handle the rest.
There it is. He's done exactly what you said. He said, "I'll just get him up."
Yep.
And let him make the shot.
Zach can come 2 rails around the tent. God, I keep forgetting I have to like finish one line and pick up and start again.
Yeah, you're new. It's okay.
This is the thought here. 2 rails out here. That's probably what I would go for. You definitely don't want to try to slow roll this to give him the side. It's going to end up a little funny.
Yep.
I wouldn't recommend using inside here as much as Justin thinks I like it. I would not do it.
Just make the shot. And if you happen to run into the 10 a little bit or whatever because you didn't put spin on the cue ball, that's going to be okay.
There's my spot.
That's where he needs to get.
Oh, see, he underhit a little bit, but he's better than I thought. Look at that.
Yeah. I think Buckets can handle that one.
Yeah.
And we looking at a break and run?
No, remember this was the game where they played safe a bunch, isn't it?
No, that was the last rack.
Oh, wow, I'm way behind.
I think this might have been a break and run. Because you said in the beginning, this is one where you think they're going to get going. And
No, that was the same. That was the game that I thought they were going to run out with ball in hand, and he chose to play safe. I think that was the same game. I could be wrong.
that was last game, not this game.
Well, then I don't know what's going on.
Well, at any rate, it's 6-6 now, and
Oh no! This was the same game. I just looked back on YouTube. This was the same game that they played safe instead of running out.
oh, okay. Well, maybe I'm.
It got long because there was so many like kicks and stuff in between it.
Yeah, but that was a nice out. I mean, starting from the 1, they got all 10 balls in. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, there was the safety exchange, the attempt at the 3 foul in the beginning, and then a 10-ball run out when they got the opportunity.
Yeah.
So player break. Good time for me to take a break as well.
Same.
I haven't even been looking at the chat. What's up, Rich? Wavy? How are you guys doing?
All right, so it looks like we're not having much of a player break. And a dry break. Patrick, I don't see your mute sign anymore, but I don't hear you, so I think maybe you just stepped away without muting, but if you are talking, you might need to refresh your studio. Okay, so I think we're going to likely see a push here. This is a tough push because anywhere up table, you're giving them an easy shot at the 1. So I have a problem with challenging my opponent too much. Like I would probably push to the 5, like push the 5 to the rail and keep the cue ball right here and just challenge them to run out. But too many times I've ended up getting run out on. So I'm trying to be better about like tying something up or forcing an issue. And so like maybe I don't even know what to do here. I'm trying to think of what your best option is. Oh yeah, maybe I would just tie this up. Tie the 7 to the 2. They're going to have a shot. The cue ball is going to be like here or here. But, the 2 is hopefully tied up. Well, he's just going to dare him. He said, I don't think you can run out.
All right, what did I miss?
You just missed a push out. And I was confused on what I would do and finally found something that I thought I would do. And he kind of went with what I used to do, which is I used to just challenge my opponent. I don't think you're going to run out. And he better hope that Zach and Jimmy are, that was a fluke rack the last rack because you'd hate to see them run out another 10 balls here again.
What a shot to get down on the 1. I mean, on the 10.
This is what I was talking about that push. I mean, unfortunately, he got pretty straight, so Jimmy's going to have to come with a long, straight, slow roll shot on the 3. Or unless Zach doesn't trust that. And
so Zach tried to get him better. He said, I wanted to get you nice and close to that 3, so it's an easy out, but that cost the...
So here's the thing, though, now that I'm thinking about it. He got way down here and barely missed the 2. Had he just taken a little bit more time and been, I think he kind of was jerky with that stroke and a little quick with it. He probably could have got to here and made the ball pretty easily. And that would have been very manageable for Jimmy. So just trying to do a little bit too much there. A two-way shot, well played. Just kidding. Nice, but a fortunate leave there.
Yeah, I think Jimmy can catch the edge of this too and bring the cue ball, bring the two off the rail and down onto the bottom rail and the cue ball up to mid-table. Yep. Or cue ball all the way down to the bottom of the table. That was perfectly hit. Got maximum distance, almost got the hook. And this is one where, like we were talking about before, if you can see that thin edge, but I mean, you don't want to go for the thin edge. You want to go for a little fuller hit here. If you can. I don't know what he has available.
Yeah, I like going like at this rail first with left spin.
Mm-hmm.
It catches the two thick, and the two kind of comes back to where it's at, and the cue ball comes like up here. And I mean, it's not great, but
it's a good shot. Yeah. Let's see what he's got. Yeah, it's exactly what he did. And he's not going to get the reward for it. So the safety from buckets pays dividends. But Zach's got to figure out how to get to the three ball. What do you think? A power draw here?
Yeah, probably. It looks like he's off angle just a little bit, so it actually is like perfect to come like right back here. And he definitely has the stroke for it. You just have to like really make sure you hit the correct side of the pocket.
Yeah, and because you can hit that four. Let's say he went forward.
His tempo right now is a little quick and he's a little jerky. Like he's trying to force on the shots that he's had to like force something. He's just been a little quick, I think, on his tempo. That the stun shot a couple shots ago, and then right there, like both of them, he's a little quick, a little jerky.
Yeah, I think that's a fair observation. See, we got Terry Drake in the chat. What's up, Terry? He didn't like the push. Yeah. Okay, so the poll is now up to 24 votes, and it is a deadlock tie. You guys are listening. We are doing a poll on the chat. Who's going to win this set? And it's 50-50. And of course, the score is 6-6. I'd say we have a pretty even matchup. So not sure if Dizzy has... Yeah, I think he does. He's looking at it like he does. Going to try to... Yeah, he's just hit the 9 first, so that's going to be ball in hand. And Zach, that's the best possible thing you need right there for getting on that 3 ball, which is tough. But even if ball in hand, you got to pay attention to this one.
The sweatshirt has come off.
I might actually put the cue ball here and play this position through this,
I think that's,
this window.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's the most high percentage way to get on the 3. No chance is he trying to draw straight at this 3 ball.
I don't understand why you would, because the window for...
There we go. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Yeah. You've got a pretty wide window to get through.
Perfect.
Yeah.
A little long, a little more angle than they were hoping. I'll tell you that much right now.
Right. He wanted to just be
now
nice.
You're going to have to force Jimmy to do like a stun shot. Play the 4 right there.
Well, if he slow rolls this,
No, I don't know. You're not getting here from where he's at right
No,
now.
you're not going to get there, but can you get good enough?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, but so he tried, and that would have been good enough if he would have been right there.
Yeah, but he hit it pretty thick. Had he made it, I think he's further.
Yeah, it goes. Here. You don't think it goes further forward?
A little bit, but you're coming in real tight to that 4-ball. Nice kick and stick.
That was a beautiful kick and stick. Todd pulling another highlight reel. Now I'm watching that back on YouTube. That was impressive. Hit it just perfect.
He actually got a little bit unfortunate to come off, what was it, the 4-ball?
Yeah.
And like the 3's now in a much easier spot. Because if it was, the 3 would have been traveling over into this area, and that's a lot more difficult of a kick.
Using the mirror system. If you guys don't know that, it's a pretty effective way at measuring the one rail kick. And what you do is you basically take if you're going to kick at this ball, you're going to take this distance here to the rail, and then you're going to go back this way the exact same amount of distance. And so you just measure it with your cue, and then that's your pocket basically. This is your pocket that you're shooting at, or your target for the cue ball. So you just hit that cue ball right through that target, and you're hitting the ball, right? So for those of you that aren't familiar with that kicking system, it's a pretty effective way to easily measure a one rail kick.
He better hope. Oh, I was gonna say he better hope that it's not go in.
But then it kissed off the knuckle.
That's
and
okay. This is much more difficult than if it went in that side pocket.
Right. Then he's on the 4. Yeah, exactly.
Now they have to travel from the 3 to the 4 and the 4 to the 5. So, and because of where the 4 is, it's hard to leave yourself a lot of angle. So, yeah, you got pretty straight. So
that's okay. A stop shot's all right here.
Jimmy's gonna have to shoot a shot like from the rail with a little angle. So
yeah, that's okay.
No, I don't. I'm not saying it's terrible. It's definitely not ideal, but it's just whether or not Zach's gonna trust that, or if he's gonna try to pound some angle, pound some angle to get him better again.
Yeah, I think you got to trust. Buckets is shooting good right now. I favor him. To do the right thing, especially if that 6 goes in the side like I think it does. It's not in a bad spot. There's nothing that Buckets would need to do with the 5 to get really good shape on the 6.
I do think that he should play with some inside and try to be anywhere over here, because if you roll in and leave him here and it's a thin cut, you're trying to go 3 rails in between a bunch of traffic to the short side. Like I really think Jimmy needs to try to be somewhere over here.
Okay.
In order to make this run out easy, because if not, I don't think you're out.
I think that the 6 is in a spot that it's not going to really matter too much where Zach is. This is good. Yeah, this is perfect.
I just meant if he's here, you're forced to go 3 rails this way, but that's taking you into the 9 or the 8, and it's taking you to short side. So it's like it all of a sudden becomes very difficult. But he did exactly what I was hoping and played him onto the underneath side of it. So now Zach can just stun over.
And Zach and Jimmy are looking at being down again potentially, or being up in this set again. Playing good pool right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not to take credit where it's not deserved, but ever since I said they were going to put their stuff together, they've been playing pretty good.
Well, you can recognize, you've been in enough battles and tournaments and matches to recognize that there's just kind of a certain point in a match where things start to click for you as a player. And it's easy to see that in other players as well.
Wait, things are supposed to just click for you? That doesn't have. I'm
eventually,
unfamiliar with that.
well, eventually they do. So, yeah, if you can stay alive long enough.
Nice out, boys. Well, 7-6, and again, we've stayed with the no lead larger than 1 since 3-1.
And it's funny, on the poll just went up to 52% for Zach and Buckets. Isn't that funny? It's like the poll is tracking the score.
I think we might have some fair weather voters. What do you think?
Well, I don't know. I wonder if once you vote, if you can change it afterwards. Because we started the poll when it was 5-5, I think, or 4-4. It's been tied at almost every single score from 3 on up.
Yes.
It's been tied at some point. Oh, thank you, Rich. Appreciate that. I got a little compliment for my artwork. I don't remember which shot it was.
Won't be receiving any of those for myself. I can almost assure you that. Although one time when I was doing this, I did get the perfect lollipop. Like the ball ended up perfectly in where I had put a circle previous to the shot, and that felt pretty good.
It makes you feel special as a commentator. Uh-oh. 9 ball. Okay, so a dry break from Zach, but really straight look for Dizzy at the 1 ball, and the 2 doesn't really have a home, so I might just play the safety on the 2. I might just back this cue ball up, play the safety on the 2, because I think you have a pretty high % chance of, if you can get the cue ball just anywhere back here or whatever, bank this 2 ball into that traffic. I kind of like that, because you can't do anything here to really try to get on the 2. You just don't have enough angle. He looks like he's really gearing up for something here. He's gearing. He's going to try to, really force power draw that thing off the rail. And that was a great shot. That's as good as you can expect from that position where he was. Had to jack up on that cue ball a little bit too, because it was kind of close to the rail. Good shot from Dizzy.
Yeah, that was a great shot.
We'll see if Todd can follow it up. The leave is natural on the 3. You're just going to go back and forth with the cue ball, and there's nowhere that you can get in trouble unless you bring it back into the side pocket.
Yep, 3 rails, center ball. Or 2 rails.
Just make the ball, right? It doesn't matter where the cue ball goes, pretty much.
That was it. He's a little upset with himself. I think those are shots that we as pool players expect ourselves to make at a high rate, but that is not an easy shot. I don't care who you are.
Yep. Especially under the pressure. I think, Zach, yeah, he's going to have to run into the 4 now.
Yep, got to control a couple balls here.
I think pressure is, and that's why they, momentum is such a big deal in pool, is when one team starts to play really well, is sometimes it forces errors that weren't there before on the other team.
Yep, absolutely. When a team's not playing as well as expected, it can create motivation or momentum, like you said, because you're like getting opportunities you wouldn't normally get, or it's like kind of pumping you up because you expect them to do something and then they don't. And so when they do, like you said, exactly the opposite. If they start to play well, now it's like, oh man, we really have to, we have to play well, and it just like can force some mistakes and tension, tightness in your back arm, and decision-making errors maybe.
Zach repping his Jammers shirt, playing at Jammers Bar and Grill in Salem, Oregon. Great place, lots of fun. Always have a good time at Jammers. So the controlled nudge on the 4 coming. Very nicely played.
Perfect.
Yeah,
a little straight, but he can. I think he
yeah.
can come off that rail a little bit.
From I'm happy with that, even if I mean, because when you're nudging the ball like that, it's just so touchy, scratchy too. So Bucket says, I'm just going to let you do the work on the 5.
This is all of a sudden, this is a little tough. He's really near the rail, which makes this a little tougher.
Yeah.
His cue ball is wanting to come like here, which, would be fine, but you got to commit to that with yourself, knowing that you can trust your partner to come with that shot.
Yep. Well, Buckets just trusted Zach because he intentionally played that shot. And Zach plays a nice safety. I don't think he was trying to make that. That was a safety the whole way. Good speed, gets the cue ball down. Safety is difficult, but not impossible for sure.
Yeah, I think here it helps that the left of the cue ball is a little bit hindered, because you definitely like left English to get over behind that 8 would be nice.
Yeah, I'm aiming for the 8
You just have to go thick and play the cue ball behind the 10-6. Like, don't try to get too cute from this distance with spin, because you can really mess it up here.
I like going into the 8. Yeah, get the 8. And where's the 5? I can't see it.
Oh. That's why I said I like going for the thick hit and ending up here, because you're at the very least you're putting the 5-ball distance, and like maybe it doesn't go past one of those balls. And
I see.
Too many times I've done this, and the 8 was a very small window to get behind. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Where was the Patrick? Watch outside pocket.
I did. Yeah, watch outside pocket. Zach is looking to see if this is on. I don't know if it is.
I think if it's not, he has a very good roll up on the 10 shot available. Put the cue ball right here.
That's true. I like that.
Looks like he's shooting to make it, though. Nope.
Yeah. No, he's
going my lollipop.
Yeah, it wasn't. He didn't quite hit your circle all the way, but.
What do you mean? It's perfect.
But it's good enough.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Todd's been making some pretty good kick shots.
Yeah, it would have been better to have him froze to the 10 because it blocks off those kicks, right? And it would have been perfect to have him froze to that side of the 10 because the 8-ball blocks,
a wide kick with right spin. Yeah.
Right. You get him tight in there, and that's a real tough situation. But he's got a lot of possibilities to make this.
Mm-hmm. And the 7 is in front of a pocket.
Yep. You don't have to worry about shape. Just hit it right. But you're this is all in right there, right here. All in on the rack.
Oh.
Missed it.
That's the only thing that I don't like, and that I've been learning about even myself, because I've done that same thing so many times, and you just like kick yourself because you're like, man, there's no way I miss that kick if I just play with no spin. So it's like, man, yeah. So like trying to convince yourself to kick with no spin in that situation. Like, you didn't really need spin. You had full access to the rail, and it makes you that much more accurate off that second rail, because it's so easy when you're aiming with like right spin like he was to accidentally end up putting an extra tip or an extra bit of spin, and next thing you know, you've missed the whole ball, which is worst case scenario. Even if you play with no spin and you don't make it, like, you're potentially leaving something that's not ball in hand. Oh no, a little bit of a twist in the wrist there by Jimmy.
Okay.
Can Dustin pull off a good shot here? So I have a question. Do you stun follow with right past this side pocket, or do you draw like that?
I like follow here.
Okay.
It's just more natural for me. The draw just feels...
The only thing that's helping me with because I think I like your shot too, but as I was drawing this line, realizing the 9 is so low, like, you can come way here and like you're fine anywhere. If the 9 was like up higher, it's a harder shot. But
he's going to the other.
He's going the other way with right spin, 3 rails.
Yeah, this one,
What a shot. So I
Wow.
will say that, well, that's horn worthy, I think.
Yeah, four rails.
I think that
That's
that's the second or third time we've seen Dizzy pull off a shot like that, where like the pocket most would shoot to, he shoots to the opposite and uses like inside English to go around the table. So it's obviously a comfort shot for him. Like that is something that he has done many times, and he is comfortable with that shot.
Yep.
And that's probably, in my opinion, one of the hardest shots in pool, and he's busted it out a couple times like it's nothing.
And a good shot from Todd to get him closer to the 10.
All right, well, this will determine whether or not we're going to continue staying even at every odd game, or every finish of every even game.
That's right. Since 3, we've had a tied score on every single score.
This is one of those shots where it really starts to have you start to overthink something that you can do with your eyes closed. I hate it. It's like, just trust your ability. Shoot it like it's not the 10 ball. Yeah. The fact that he was taking so much time on it, and he like went up with his stick and aimed with his stick where he wanted to be, that's not part of his normal routine. And I don't think that it's a bad thing at all, but it tells me that he was feeling a little bit of pressure, and he was like really trying to he overthought that shot, just like I was explaining. Like, that's a shot. If that's the 4 ball, Dizzy is making that 100 out of 100 times. But because it was a 10 ball, he started to overthink what he knows and started to go away from his normal routine. And so I think he talked himself out of that shot.
Let's talk about that, because I know I've commentated a lot of your matches, actually, and I've seen you do that a couple of times where you'll get down on a ball that's pretty routine, like a 10 ball, and then you'll get back up again and then get back down and go through your normal routine and get back down and put it away. And I've seen you do that a few times, and I'm like, it takes some discipline sometimes to just, when you're feeling the pressure or something, just to take an extra moment. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that I noticed that I did at the Coast this recent time around. In October, I played a lot of matches on stream, and there was one match in particular. I played a team from like Kenwick or Tri-Cities area on Raw Hannah's stream table, and it went hill. This was the final day, and I was running out for the win, and I just, like, my heart was pumping like 170, 180 beats per minute probably, and I was feeling it. And like after I had a combo and then a bank, and then after that it was like wide open, but I was still just like feeling it. And so I like purposely was like walking a little slower around the table, taking some deep breaths, and just like trying to control my heart rate. And I ended up getting out on that rack, and like since that moment it just was kind of like a realization that like when you feel the pressure, just like take a moment, take a deep breath, stroke your cue standing at the table, like whatever it is for you. Everyone has their thing, but like whatever it is, to just try to slow that heart rate. Like you're not going to stop, you're not going to get it down to a resting heart rate if you're feeling pressure, but like just a couple breaths to really try to just like calm yourself down, have some positive like reaffirmations that you're telling yourself, like, I've got this, or, stay smooth, whatever it is that you tell yourself, like have something that you're doing that you're like positively affirming to yourself as you're trying to slow your heart rate down. For me, it is very helpful.
Yeah. And what a break from ZACK. He gets 3 balls in on the break, and
he just hits an amazing shot on the 3 ball.
That was a good stroke. This is looking really good for Buckets and ZACK.
So Wavy earlier in the match said that he felt someone was going to eventually start ironing out the kinks and run away with this match. And as long as Jimmy doesn't...
Oh.
That was an interesting attempt for positional play there. ZACK cannot shoot this 5 into the corner.
No, he can't.
I don't care if you're Efren Reyes. Well, okay. Maybe he'll 4-rail it in. But, like, you're a normal human player is not potting this ball into the corner.
I was expecting him to just take the cue ball off, off the rail and just bring it back. He put a bunch of inside spin on it to try to get
outside. He came.
Thank you. Outside to get him.
Yeah. So the thing is that the shot that he had, I'm sure you're aware, it was not a lot of angle.
Right.
And even to this day, like I'm a 600 player, and I have done the mistake that he just done. Even to this day, when you don't have a lot of angle and you try to stun out, and you end up putting a little bit too much stun or a little bit too much spin, and end up coming this line, like I've done it. So the shot by no means that Jimmy had by no means was easy. Like it was not something that was like as easy as it may have looked on screen. But yeah, that's a shot that I almost like going with inside like that rather than stunning with outside, because anywhere on this side of the table is better than where he is now. He's not in a great spot. I think he's going to attempt to try to get below the 10 ball. Was his first inclination. Now he's like looking at something else, but the problem is that if you play the safe where you're coming off the right side of the 5 ball, you only have 1 ball to get behind, and the 5's not going to move more than like this area. So you have to pin the cue ball, or else you're selling out the rack, which is why he's hesitant on shooting it, because nothing about this shot is ideal.
Yeah, this is a real sticky spot.
I think I banked the 5 under the 10 and just try to survive another shot.
I think that's what he's doing. And I think he's got it. Look at that shot, man. That was really well controlled to get that 5 just barely past the 10, because if it nudges the 10, it doesn't really work very well. But
yeah, he played it actually a lot more aggressive. When I said what I would do, like he executed far better than I was like what I was thinking, because that's a risky shot. Like I was thinking like more this line, because I like the last thing you want to do is hit that 10 out and sell out. But he went aggressive, and like they say, you have to risk it to get the biscuit, and he played a great shot.
Yeah. We'll see what the reward that they get is.
And this shot is another one of those situations where, like, over time you start to learn that hitting this at a slower pace is better than a firm pace, because if you hit this ball, you're likely to hit this ball thick, which is going to make it travel this way. And if you hit it soft, you can hook them. If you hit it hard, you know things start to open up. So I'm curious to see what pace he plays here. Well, that works too. Look, he's going to end up getting not safe, but he didn't sell out. So that was a good shot. He almost made it. Like he was very, very, very close to making that ball.
Yeah, a heck of an attempt from Dizzy. And a safety attempt that is
light.
botched. Yeah, a botched safety from Buckets. And that's going to make it pretty simple here. You just don't want to get up too high on the 6. Give yourself a little angle on the 6 to make it easy to get over to the 9, and then you're home free. Or if you have a lot of angle, you can go up a little higher and play the 6 with inside. But I like just... Yeah, he might be coming to the other side of it, right? That's smart. Easy shot to put a little inside on this and get over to the 9.
I'll tell you right now that I can. Our conversation earlier, the fact that you said easy inside. Shot with inside, like right. Man.
I favor this, right?
So this one I would consider like a very, very high percentage. But it's more. I was just more just kind of
scratch is in play though.
I was more just kind of laughing and joking at the fact that
we just had that.
More often than not, those few words are not combined in my vocabulary.
Oh, he used the entire pocket there.
Why was he trying to get so far off the rail? The 10 ball's right there. Just draw it 3 inches, and Dizzy puts it away. Holy moly!
Yeah, he really put a good stroke on that. Oh man, that's the pressure of this match. You know, these guys, they've been going at it. This is rack number 15 in the books, and it's been such a close match the whole way. Everything is important, but they certainly don't want to let Zach and Jimmy go up 3, as it's
Correct.
been so close the whole time. So I feel it. I can feel the pressure through the camera, you know. And pressure makes you do funny things. That's why it's important to get into these types of competitions as often as you can if you want to improve as a player, because there's nothing that makes you better than pressure, right? Pressure makes diamonds. It's true. And live streaming makes it also a little bit more pressure. You know, everybody's watching. You know, people we're talking about it. You know, and that can add pressure to a player.
So, the Mondo. Wait, no, who was it? I'm sorry, Mike W in the chat said that what a scrappy match. 13 racks in, and none of the players have seemed completely settled in. And I couldn't agree more. I mentioned this much earlier in the match when I said that none of the 4 players were playing their best pool. And again, I'm not saying this to like talk down on anybody. Like, I myself have had many days where I play terrible. So it happens to all of us. It was just surprising like how far in the match we were, and for none of these guys to really feel to look like they're settled in and comfortable.
Yeah, I'd say that Jimmy and Buckets are probably more settled, but they're also at home, right? This is their home venue.
Jimmy and Zach, right? Buckets and Zach.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, I know what you meant. It's tough for me because as much as, I mean, they're up in the score, right? But I've just seen some mistakes, uncharacteristic mistakes from them. Even that last rack, like Zach, I'd say seems to be the most settled. Him or Todd, which you know, it kind of is backed up by their Fargos. Like they seem to be making more consistent shots. But there's just been a couple of shots where Zach really had to come with something, and his tempo and his body movement were just, you know, a little bit out of whack, and he ended up missing the shot or, you know, what have you. And
I'll tell you
which
what,
is not like he's good enough to where typically he's coming with those shots more often than not.
Yeah, when Zach laid down that safety after, you know, getting the positional problem from Jimmy, Zach laid down that safety on the 5, and I thought that they were going to take the rack and take a 3-game lead.
Yeah.
And somehow, you know, Dizzy and Todd found a way to fight back and capitalize. That was pivotal.
That was a good shot. It looks to the, you know, to the average person that would like, you know, he's out of position, but with what he had, that was the only real line that he could take to give Jimmy a shot. And you're more than likely going to overroll it a little bit. So, I mean, but it was still a pretty good shot. He had a good line. Jimmy's going to get a fortunate bump off the 4. Is he going to get a fortunate bump off the 3?
He did. Wow. This might work out too if you can get around.
It's really tough. I think that you can, if it were me, I think that I would try to play safe like this and get the cue ball right here.
Nice.
Oh, he decided to stun.
He tried to get the 3 around, and stunning it like that made it hit that rail and come back a little sharper and come right.
Right, but I'm curious what he was trying to do with the cue ball, because with stun like that, the cue ball had no cover.
I think he was trying to draw, maybe just get the cue ball back behind behind the 5 and get the 5 out. But it was probably
one of those follow. Follow is a lot easier to control, and rather than trying to like stun or draw. Dizzy has he can play a nice 2-rail safety here. Oh no, he decided to go offensive.
Option.
I don't think they'll get this back.
No.
But the angle seems to be coming like either right at the 9 or just, I think it comes just past it for the draw. Like, or like, I'm sorry, like right here. If he puts a good stroke on this ball, you only really have the 7 to contend with afterwards. I don't think that's 2 options in a row that I don't think the other teams will be giving back.
Right.
Gosh, that 9 ball, like how like disappointed are you right now that 9 ball is where it is? Because if it wasn't, you could break this 7 ball out right now. But the 9 is in the way. You have to deal with it with the 5 ball. He wants to go for it so bad. I mean, I guess if you were just like, you know, if you were real good, you could stun right through here with a bunch of left and come at it, but that's asking a lot. Okay, what do you do here, Patrick? Do you draw into this? You have to, right? Draw with some low left 2 rails or like right at the 7?
Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. I'm aiming for the 7 ball. I like that. I mean, unless you're comfortable with the 7-10 combo and continuation, right? If you can get the cue ball back down to kind of on that side rail, you could play that 7-10 combo and the 7 floats out for you. But I like this. Good attempt. And we're going to see how well Mr. Brewer banks, because I don't think he's... Well, actually, the cut might be on. Now that I look at it. Yeah,
I think you have a pretty good safety right here. You can play with a bunch of right and send this 7 ball right here and get your cue ball like right here.
I didn't even look at that.
Just because, like, I don't think that either of the 2 offensive shots are like very high percentage. The bank is real wide, so you're gonna have to like draw and tighten it up. The cut's your best offensive shot, but even still, like, this appears to be pretty steep. I definitely like playing safe. And like the right, if you put a lot of right spin, it throws the 7 ball right here. And your cue ball is going to be like right here. Like he's going to have a look at the ball probably, but like they're going to have a 7-foot shot to try to return safe better. And maybe you hit it so good that you get this, you get the 7 ball here.
Yeah.
And the cue ball here, and then they're hooked. But
yeah, I know. I can visualize when you're saying that, because the gearing effect of putting right spin on the cue ball puts actually left spin on the 7 ball, which helps it travel in a more advantageous path down to the target area.
Right.
Right. And it also helps the cue ball get to its target area. So I agree with that shot. Plus the distance between the cue ball and the 7 isn't very long. It's actually the perfect distance to be really accurate with those kinds of spin shots.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to do that.
The shot that Martin Chavez does all the time when we would play Scotch. I'm the type of player who would take on thin cuts a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
And he would shy away and play this type of shot. And like, although I don't necessarily like letting the opponent to the table if you don't have to, he's proven to me that they can be very effective. Just like that. He hit it a little bit hard and a little bit thick.
And I just got confirmation that our friend Trevor Sickendick is in Vegas playing in the Kraken 640 and under 8-ball tournament, $500 entry at Griff's in Las Vegas. And he's won his first match, Hill 6-5.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't know. I knew he was playing, and I knew he had a first-round bye, but I wasn't sure if he had played his first match or not yet, so good for him.
Yeah, I was watching it. Just finished, actually. And his next one is scheduled for 4 p.m.
Well, good luck to him. I did take a peek at the bracket, and I believe he is on the same half as the Roadrunner, so potential crash course.
No, I believe...
She's below? She's too far below?
Savannah Easton is in... Oh, and Sophia Master also in this.
Yeah, and she's for sure on Trevor's side, but I thought so.
They're both on the bottom side of the bracket, so they would not meet until...
The hot seat. Okay.
Well, no, you're right. They are both on the top side. So
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure. I mean,
there's a
lot of bracketologist, but
yeah, bracketologist. Buckets is on the rail here on this 8-ball, and that's a tough shot to execute for anybody.
Yeah.
But man, that was huge, because that was the rack right there. You make the 8, and it's pretty much over. You don't make the 8, and And we could be seeing another tie score. So a little player conference. Get things figured out.
Ed Kratzer, sorry if I butchered your name. This is not a tournament, so therefore it is not the finals match. This is just a Scotch doubles money match that was set up between the players. This ball goes without scratching.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the conference was about.
Looks like he's playing
it's
safe.
just natural to.
Oh no, yeah, he trusted it. Okay, but
yeah,
oy 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 oy.
yeah, not the
Like
best.
playing that with a little bit of left and coming 2 rails to this, like, you know, a little bit more in your line. But Todd's been playing pretty well the last few weeks, and Dizzy's just trusting him to put this ball in. There's not a scratch, so
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure, unless you make it a scratch. See, he hit it way too thick and still didn't scratch.
Yeah. No, I was thinking scratch in the
Other side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think your natural line was coming to like right here.
Right here?
No, even closer. It was close for sure without any spin, but I like playing that with like just a little bit of high right and coming like where you were at and just accepting that this cut here from like this, yeah. But.
So ZAGER hitting this with inside, and he hits it beautifully, but that cue ball is going to be on the rail for buckets.
Yeah, and it ended up in a spot where you can't really cheat the pocket too much, like maybe a little bit to the right side to avoid scratching. So
you know, this, if I'm playing like on a dirty bar table, I'm scared to slow roll this ball, right?
Oh, of course.
You know, but if I'm playing on my table, I know it's going to go perfectly straight. Simple shot, right? It's no problem. But
what do you mean? No bar table has ever rolled off.
I mean, jammers is probably tip top because I know Sheldon LeBeau takes good care of those when he comes up and does work on them. And I don't know, can we blame Sheldon for that one? Was that a table roll?
It looked wide and right off the tip.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. He did try to play to the right side of the pocket, I think, like I was saying. That way he knew he wouldn't scratch, but
he might have got a little table roll. I watched it at replay on YouTube.
Let me watch again.
It might have swerved just a little bit, but you know, you have to just expect that because even if the table's perfectly level, when you're hitting it at that soft of a speed, it hits a little chunk of chalk or whatever. I mean, there'd just be a little buildup right there from people's hands and oils and stuff like that. It can make the ball roll off in certain places. So just always scary to do those slow roll shots like that.
Completely agree.
So what a turn of events. We are back to a tie score. Dizzy and Todd were down 6-8. They won their last 2 racks to tie it up again. We've been tied at almost every point in this match at some point. And we've got 32 votes in the poll. Who's going to win? And it is Zach and Buckets, 53%. Dizzy and Todd, 47%. Very close in the polls, but slightly favoring Zach and Jimmy. So Dizzy to break. Cue ball gets a little bit wild. Does he make a ball? I'm not sure yet. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, he made something, but does not have a look at the 1. Or possibly does. I could be wrong. I think he actually does have a look at the 1. Let's see. Yeah. Maybe not. He's pushing out. All right, so safety coming from Zach. Pretty straightforward. I think I like banking this 1 sort of into the 4 where it stops and spinning the cue ball up table.
Near the 10 ball?
You've got a million things to hide behind. There's almost no way. If you hit the 4, there's almost no way that you don't get safe. Ooh, look at that. That's nasty right there. I mean, that's filthy getting on the 2. Wow.
Yeah, I think you got to tie the 9 ball up to the 10.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do here. You give up the intentional foul. It's only 1. Tie something up. You're going to tie up the 2, sort of just push the 2 over to the 8, 5, 3 area.
I'm going to try to tie the 9 ball. I'm going to at least put the 9 ball to the short rail. So that way, even if it's like there, right, like it's very accessible, but it's going to make the 9 to the 10 much more difficult.
Kind of hard to do from that position, isn't it?
Maybe. But also, I think he's frozen to the 2, so putting the 2 ball anywhere is going to be tough as well.
So he's going for the kick. He's going to try to go 2 rails at this 1 and misses it. And he's given up ball in hand, which we kind of knew he was going to. It was a very low percentage to get the hit.
Yeah.
So I agree at that point. I think tying something up and making the rack more difficult and giving up the 1 ball in hand. They're not going to go for the 3 foul necessarily because you can't really do that on the 1 very easily.
You know what? Looking now with the cue ball gone, not moving the 9 or the 2 is probably good because I don't think that 2 ball goes.
Oh, that's true.
So, like, maybe, yeah, I mean, maybe that's why he went for the kick. I don't know. The 2 ball doesn't seem to pass. Definitely not great now.
Not good now. So, yeah, that's a good point. Might have actually looked at that. It's funny how the cue ball being there blinded us from that sort of seeing that option.
Rich, I agree. You said the Jimmy's 10 ball looked offline from the start. I agree. Mondo Burrito, you believe in Todd. He's much better at pool than he is fantasy football. That's great. Love that. Love the playful banter. Although I hope you won the league if you're going to be calling him out like that. Good thing there's no early 10 balls.
Yeah, double kiss on the 2. No
so
early
here, I like banking the 2 out, 2 rails, and playing safe. Just a nice little stun shot. Anywhere down in here, the 2 ball gets, and you're leaving yourself in a good position to win this rack. He said it's not playful, or I'm sorry, they said it's not playful. He's very bad at fantasy. And I did. It wasn't close. Well, congratulations to you. And not so much Todd. So he went for what I was talking about. He didn't stun the cue ball, but he still got safe, I believe. Looks like he can go through here and kick and stick, and this might not end up very well for Dizzy and Todd. Oh,
yeah, I was looking
kick and stick, but
I was thinking that try to make it too because I mean, that's what you're calling, because you're always going to call a shot in 10 ball. There's no reason not to.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, it's so funny to me, and it's all because of like ego, but it's when people call safe in 10 ball. And it's like I said, it's like almost every time it's because they just want to make sure that it's clear to you that they are playing safe and they didn't like miss badly. But it's like there's 0 point to call safe. Zero. You might as well call a ball. I don't even care what it is. Like just call something. Whatever is the most likely, call it.
Yeah, and if you're not saying anything, it's obviously intentional that you're playing. You know, it's not obvious. You don't have to say anything at all. You just shoot your safety. You know.
That's what I'm saying. It's usually because of like a pride or ego thing. Like you want to make sure that everyone knows that it was a safe. We've all done it, I'm sure, at some point. I have done it, even though I don't. I try not to, but occasionally I'll accidentally say like, you know, no. I'll say no shot. Like
yeah, so that they know, because otherwise,
it's still saying something to let them know that I wasn't shooting, which is pointless.
Because actually, you know, you don't want them to go, what are you calling? You know what I mean? Like but it's not their responsibility to ask you that. If you end up banking it 2 rails and it goes in the side, and you didn't call it, well then it's not your turn.
Right.
Because you didn't call the shot.
All right, so we have he should miss the 10 ball here if he plays the 3 in the side. The problem is that you're having to avoid 2 balls to get shape, and you're coming across your line. Yeah, like you're probably going to hit somewhere right there. You could play this with a lot of left spin and just hold this same line coming back for the 5 in the bottom left corner as we see it on the screen. But it looks like he might be trying to stun into the 8 ball, draw into the 8 ball. Oh, no.
Oh, was he trying to come off of the 9? No.
I don't think so.
He just missed shot.
But he was playing that with a lot of inside, I think, to come 2 rails. And so, like, that can cause you to right spin there, throws the ball to the left, which would cause him to hit it too thick.
So this does cut to the side. Looks like you will be coming into the 6 ball. Oh,
unless you choose to draw.
Unless you carom it off the 8 and draw.
He likes all those fun type of shots.
Oh, he's laughing as he's walking away. He's like, I'll bet the commentators didn't see that one. Well, you'd be right.
Yeah, I never would have, in my wildest dreams, played that carom.
I didn't even consider it, because the ball played to the pocket. There was no reason.
That's what I'm saying. Like it worked out and it was very creative and might have been better than the other result. We'll never know, but
yeah, because I understand the cut to cutting the 3 ball in, it moved the cue ball into the 6, which was really dangerous.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know if anybody saw that there, but Jimmy overcut that 5 ball to the wide side, the thin side of the pocket, in order to miss this scratch. And he barely missed that scratch. So had he hit that 5 ball any thicker to the pocket, he would have scratched. That was a very good shot.
Nice.
A little bit of an overcut. Ooh.
Oh, it looked like it, but he cut the outside edge of the pocket. It's nice.
The only thing here is Jimmy's bridge hand is going to be probably in a little bit more uncomfortable position than he would like, I think. And the angle is taking him away from the 9 a little bit. Not much. Like, Patrick probably loves shooting this shot with high inside. I am absolutely going to slow roll this and take the 9 ball from here.
If you have a slight angle, I'm just going to stun it over with a stun shot, but it looks pretty straight.
He went with the high inside or just the straight top. I don't know. But all I do know is that opportunity knocks.
It was okay to even leave the cue ball, anywhere in here. You could
That's
just
why I
stop,
said I would have just
stop
slow
it, and
rolled it and
that's
trusted
fine.
Zach.
Like, yeah, Zach's going to bring that cue, pocket that 9, bring the cue ball back and forth for the 10.
All right. Well, Dizzy's got a. I mean, he's close to the 8-ball, which makes this shot much higher percentage than if this were like a 1.5 or 2 feet away from each other. However, he probably has to go. He's probably going to elect to draw this route rather than stunning. He likes to draw, so I would imagine that's probably the route he's going to take if I had to guess.
Yeah.
The problem is you don't have too much angle, so that draw could very easily come back into this corner pocket.
Yeah, and you're also really close to the 8-ball, so it's hard to get the full stroke on the ball. You have to kind of jab it, right? And pull
Yeah,
it
I
back.
prefer to stun it, but he's just going to take it. Oh, so the thing is he was electing to take the medicine. The problem is that he shot that with bottom left, and he played it at such a slow speed that it overthrew the 8-ball he ended up overcutting a little bit. Like what I've learned, if you're gonna play that type of shot, do not use spin. Just use straight bottom. That way your line holds the whole way.
We're seeing all kinds of couple errors on each side. So
I mean, this is still a shot that Jimmy can make, and he's definitely not going to shy away from it. But if you're Zach, you would have liked to have hit that ball a little slower with some right spin and got him, pretty good on this ball. Because the angle wasn't needed. The 10's near the pocket. Like, Zach's going to make that from just about anywhere. So one good shot from Jimmy, though, is all it's going to take.
Yep.
Ooh, now I was just about to say I got $1 that he makes it, but now that he stood up so like in such a
that was jerked up,
quick minute,
like somebody bit him in the ass or something.
Yeah. Oh, look at that! He just knew. Look at it.
Drains it. It gets to the underneath side of the 10.
Oh no!
And
Zach should be okay in the side.
Zach says, "Don't worry about it, man. I got your back."
If we're playing on a predator table, I'm shooting this in the corner, but a diamond table, I'll shoot it in the side. I still probably shoot it in the corner, actually. I don't like side pockets very much.
I don't either. Corners,
but you're definitely not shooting this in the side if it's a predator table, because those things are much narrower and much more pointy. I think Zach makes this ball.
Well, he's getting up too. So you can feel the pressure even from over here in Paulsbo, Washington. I can feel the heat.
Mm-hmm. That's what I said. Just nobody has seemed fully like locked in, confident yet.
Zach drains the 10 ball. A little bit.
That was hit mighty thick at a very firm pace. I did not think that ball was gonna drop, but good shot.
Yeah.
Holding my breath.
And Zach and Jimmy in the lead. Again, another lead change. This is. We're up to 34 votes in the poll. Who's going to win? Zach and Buckets favored 53% over Dizzy and Todd 47%. I don't know. One more vote could sway it the other way, potentially. Oh, just went up to 35 votes. That was your good idea, Dylan, at the tournament at Silver Star, and putting a poll in the chat saying which match do you want to have on the stream table next in the tournament, and let the people decide. That was a good idea.
Yeah, thank you. It was randomly thought of, or I thought of it randomly, but I'm glad that it was. And I think that. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of viewers at the time, and there wasn't a whole lot of time for the voting to take place. But I think that it was good because now we know that we can, and I think that it'll be very useful moving forward in other matches and other venues. Like the Coast, for instance. There was a few times where you had open tables and we're like, oh, I'm going to pull a match over. And like allowing the people who've spent the entire week watching to have an influence on that would be pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Let the people decide. Okay. So a successful break from ZACK and a good look at the one. I don't think he tried to do too much with this cue ball. And just get it to come straight up 2-3 feet off the rail. Yep, right there. Anywhere in there is fine. You don't have to just make the ball, because the position from the 2 to the 3 is pretty natural.
The reason I had my circle over here is
Yeah,
I think it makes the position to the 3 a little bit easier.
it does. You're right. He's got to put a little bit of outside on this to get around the 8 ball. And that causes the miss sometimes. So
He might have left the window too.
all right, so it looks like he does have a window to get through there. And he's going to draw this cue ball back to try to get shape on the 3. Misses the 2 ball, so another opportunity for ZACK and Jimmy. This one, you have to watch the scratch in the side pocket. Very common for that cue ball to track right towards the side pocket. He's coming underneath the 3. That
Whoa.
That works out very well.
He just moved the 10 ball about 1.5 feet.
Did he? I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Well, that makes a big difference on. But they get the option to leave it where it is or move it back. And
you're absolutely not moving this back.
No way, because he just moved it right in the way of the 4.
Yeah, and there's no early 10 balls. If there's early 10 balls, you're telling him, yes, please move it back instantly.
Oh my goodness. I gotta watch that back. Oh yeah. The 10 was up by the 5. The 10 was right here. It was also a problem for the 5 ball though, I think, where it was. So not sure if that's going to make a big difference. Yeah, let's see. No, it wasn't in the way.
Even if the 5 was tied up, let's say the 10's here.
The 5 wasn't tied up.
The 5 goes on the side.
The 5 wasn't tied up. It played. I'm looking at it on my screen.
Yeah.
So that was a very unfortunate mistake of moving that 10 ball with his side of his cue after the shot.
There's 2 bright sides from that event. 1, we're not playing all ball fouls. 2, it messed up the table for your opponent as well.
Right.
Good shot there, and I don't think the 10 is going to be blocking him.
You having some more of those celery sticks? I'm just teasing you. gotta eat. You gotta eat, man. This match is going on for a while.
I know. I did not expect it to be. I mean, we started a little late because of some
I thought,
audio issues.
yeah, I thought 2 hours was going to be
Me too. And we're now at 3.5 hours.
right.
And I just came from the gym, so yeah, no, I'm gonna get pizza when this is over to watch some football. So I'm just like at anything that I can grab that's finger food to snack on right now. I'm trying.
There you go.
This is interesting. I think you got to play this and just like float the 5 to this rail. No. Float the 5 to the rail and float the cue ball here. Use the 7 and the 9 as blockers.
So opportunity for buckets. I don't know if the 7 passes the 9 into the side pocket. I don't think it does.
I don't think it does either.
I might actually consider setting up for the carom 7, the 9-ball carom. But he was able to stroke that in and get Zach an opportunity at the 7. Not the easiest of shots. But this one should be pretty natural natural leave on the 8. If you can avoid the 10 ball.
I think you're going to need to use a little bit of inside here to guarantee that you come away from that 10 ball. Because straight center ball is like coming right into this area, which is a little bit too... Yeah. It's too close for me because if you don't get all the way there, if you hit a little bit too hard and come back, now you're hooked.
Yeah, it makes the 10 ball much bigger.
Yeah, if you use a little bit of inside and track along like this line.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, inside.
It makes the shot harder, but I mean, yeah. Zach has the talent to pull this off. It's just whether or not he's feeling confident enough right now to trust that stroke.
I think you have to here. This is your opportunity. The reward is the rack will be yours.
Well, yes. And if you miss, typically when you miss a shot with inside English like this, you overcut. And so like the 7 will come like here and back out somewhere, and the cue ball will be somewhere here. So like you're probably not going to sell out like a super easy shot unless you hit it really hard.
He has definitely taken his time with this one. Nope. That's the, oh my goodness. Does he get the hook behind the 8?
I think it plays to this pocket.
Oh my God, it's close. I don't know.
I think it plays. Let's see here. All right, like this is the line you got to make, so. I think he has it. I mean, I don't want to shoot that, but I think he has it. He can at least touch this ball confidently. Like you could overcut it. If let's say you can only see a piece of it, you can play it to this rail. But you just got to worry about not scratching here. That's like your only real thing.
Oh, he definitely had it because he hit it too thick.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's going to give up a big opportunity. Tough shot, though. That was really difficult to execute that. Yeah, watching it back, I think he actually had to try to masse a little bit. He was just slightly jacked up on that, so he was trying to hit that with a swerve. Uh-oh. Here's that 10 ball that we were talking about before, getting in the way. And, man, that's huge right there. That is huge.
All right, Patrick. I let it slide a couple times already, but I did not hear the watch out 10 ball call out. You're slacking a little bit now.
Sorry.
I get so excited when you call those out.
Well, I feel like we already discussed the 10 ball was going to be big to be a blocker for the 8 on the 7 on a previous shot.
Well, that's why I felt like it would have been so much more suspenseful to hear you calling it out, like,
Watch out, 10
Watch
ball.
out, 10 ball. Like, as if we just talked about this, and here it comes.
Yeah.
It would have even made you sound even smarter, too, because we just got them discussing this
It was like
being
a
a ball.
premonition.
Yeah.
I missed that opportunity.
It's okay. One more forgiveness is allowed. Well, I say Zach is 35% to make this ball. Maybe 40. And I'd say whoever's shooting this one is much higher.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. Well, the odds for Todd and Dizzy to get out this rack are probably 85, 89%.
Yeah, I'd agree. This shot right here, if he doesn't use too much draw. This is what I was worried about. Woo.
That was a lot more movement than I was thinking.
Yeah. He just wanted to get a good line for Dizzy to roll it in. Problem is, I think Dizzy doesn't have the line to roll it in. He's like coming right at the corner, the nipple, with if he rolls forward. So he's got to really slow roll it. All right, Todd Brewer to tie the match. And this really is going to go the distance, I think.
Okay. I was wondering if he was thinking about the missed 10 ball earlier in his mind. But that one goes down, no problem. And guess what? Back to a tie game.
Although I will say, since about 6-6 or 5-5 or wherever, it has always been Zach and Jimmy extending to the 1-game lead. We have not seen Dizzy and Todd back on top since like before it was 5-5, I think, or 6-6, somewhere in there. They've been playing catch up.
Yeah, but really, it's it's the horse that has the sprint at the end that wins the race typically. In a horse race like this where everybody's tied neck to neck, whoever can sprint to the finish line with the best performance to close it out is going to take it. Because we think of in 10 bar box 10 ball race to
what a break!
Wow.
He made the 1, 2, and 3 ball. He's on the 4. The 5's over the pocket. Well, if you're not the superstitious type, this might be the rack that Dustin and Todd finally Dizzy and Todd reclaim a lead.
So, what would your odds be of them breaking and running this rack?
Man, if I'm being
if you're
being nice or if I'm being realistic, because I think realistically you're probably like 25 or 30%, just based off what we've seen and how many break and runs have happened. The 7 to the 8 is not super easy. Mm-hmm. I'd like to say they're 60% based on how open the table is. But like I said, the 7 to the 8 just got much easier with him moving that 10 ball. So now I think the odds drastically increase. But I think the 5 to the 6 is going to be more tricky than we think.
Yep. Because
you also have to provide angle to get back to the 7. So there's a lot of work to be done here. It's a very open table, and if you're the player shooting, like if you're the team at the table, you're very happy to see how open this is. It gives you a lot of confidence that you're going to get out, but you still have to stay in line.
Yep. It's all about.
What would you have said the percentages were before?
I was thinking 30 or 40% because of the 7 ball.
Right.
I was right there with you. I mean, because a lot of times we look at these and go, "Oh yeah, they should be out." Well, it's not that easy.
Well, and that's what I meant when I said, like, based on what we've seen today. Like, we have not seen a break and run today, I don't think. Maybe one. And so it's like to say, oh, yeah, they're out. Like, it's easy to say that, but in reality, with the pressure that's happening and the way the players are performing, like, there's a lot of tension in this match. And so those percentages start to dwindle a little bit as with all that tension. And even here, like that's what I meant. Like getting the 5 to the 6 was very important because you have to get the right angle. And now he has to avoid the 8. He has to avoid the 10. Like there's a lot going on in this shot.
How do you avoid the 8?
You don't.
I don't see any way.
A lot of inside.
I didn't see any way to avoid it, so I feel like that was the best thing, is come into it at the right speed. And boy, did that work out.
I was gonna say, yeah, the percentages climbed quite a bit.
Yeah, if you know you can't avoid it, just go into it at the right speed.
Yeah, the only thing is that he got a pretty good roll after the contact to end up getting as far off the short rail and
That's a perfect roll
to not leave as steep. Like he could have ended up leaving him on the short rail and much steeper than this. Like it ended up working out really, really well.
Oh no. Oh my goodness.
That's exactly what I was referring to. Like TODD makes that shot all day long.
I know.
But this match, 9-9, 3.5 hours of just grinding. No one has really built up like an extreme level of confidence. Like that's what I meant. When you get late in the rack, that pressure starts to rise.
Mm-hmm.
And this man at the table, in my opinion, has been shown us the most comfortability of anybody over the entire match. Like TODD has absolutely shown some really good, poise and confidence at times, but I think over the long haul, ZACK has held it together the most. But even still, he's had his mistakes. Like this, you can cut this tension with a knife.
Yeah. And still not out of the woods yet. Got to get good on this 9 ball.
You definitely want to play this 2 rails. It allows you to get a little bit closer to the 9. It allows you to let your stroke out a little bit more. Like you want to come into this rail.
Yeah.
Out to here. And then anywhere here, anywhere off that rail, and ZACK's like anywhere past this diamond.
Yep.
And ZACK's a favorite.
Yep. Because you got multiple pockets available to you.
I wonder what's being said. Fly on the wall.
A little bit of a conference. Yeah. We don't have the audio for the room over Commentator Studios. So you guys listening at home, you'll be able to hear a little bit of the chatter that's going on in the room over our entertaining non-copyrighted background music that we overlay onto it.
I've always wondered why that elevator or music is there. Now I get it.
It's so that we don't get flagged for jukebox copyright music on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's great. Makes sense. What just happened?
He just decided to take his medicine and just leave it right there.
Why?
Because then it's just a stop shot on the 9.
Patrick, why?
I don't know. Maybe that's what he was comfortable with. I didn't understand it either, really.
I need to ask ZACK about this later. Jimmy is is definitely a good enough player to have just played. Like you didn't have to be great to just play at 2 rails. You know what I mean? Like just I'm very confused.
Now Jimmy's got to play the tough 10 ball. Right?
ZACK came with a great shot from in the pocket. Like that is a great shot. He shouldn't have drawn. A stop shot would have made Jimmy a little better, but regardless, he made the ball and it was tough.
Yeah. He wasn't trying to draw it. Obviously, he was trying to just stop shot on it.
I'm just very curious as to what the thought process was behind leaving the cue ball there. Maybe did he miscue? Like I didn't see it. What happened?
Let me go back and look.
I was looking at comments and stuff. I'm gonna have to go back as well.
Nope, he intentionally did that. It was not a miscue. So, yeah, ZACK did make a very good shot.
That's very, very interesting to me.
So, a little player break here, I guess, before Jimmy takes on the 10 ball.
Interesting to me too. Like, I definitely am not trying to have extra time to think about this shot.
Well, see what happens. So Buckets took the easier shot on the 8, but now he's going to take the harder shot on the 10. And
Drilled
he cleans it. All right. Yeah, there he goes. A little fist
From
pump.
emotion. There we go. Nice shot, Jimmy.
Yeah, we'll give him some money for that one. You know, he kind of, you know, I don't know, that 8-ball, I don't really understand exactly why he didn't want to try to get his partner a little better, or that they had agreed that that was okay. Because it did seem like there was opportunity to do like Dylan said and go 2 rails with the cue ball, you know, 1, 2, and you're pretty much in that path. You're a favorite to make that 9-ball either in the side or corner, but like I said, there's no one right way to do things. There's only one wrong way, and that's the way that doesn't work. All right. Zach Zager to break, and the lead first to double digits. Great break. 9-ball is down.
I think Jimmy should be breaking. Hot take.
You know, let's talk about that for a second. Do you typically in 9-ball or 10-ball,
Always.
or an 8-ball, I guess, in most
Not
games?
8-ball. Yes, but it's not as stern of a rule.
Right.
But in 9 and 10-ball, yes, always I'm having the lower player break.
Because you want the first turn at the table is the decision time that's the most important.
Yeah, and like occasionally you're going to get like a super easy 1-ball, but still, what I've told people in the past, even if it's a really easy 1-ball, it's also very easy to get out of line. So like the first shot of getting in line is very important, and especially in 10-ball more than 9-ball, there's more pushes after the break. There's more there's just so many more decisions that I think that like the higher player has more experience with typically.
Mm-hmm.
And so allowing them to be the one to make that decision. Like 9-ball, if you have a really good 9-ball break, like let's say Zach has a really good 9-ball break, then I don't hate it as much, because like you can park the one near the corner pocket and like Jimmy's gonna have a shot, and yeah, cool. But in 10-ball, yeah, there's much less break and runs. There's much less obviously easy shots on the lowest ball.
He's got to avoid the 6 here. And if you use outside, you don't want to hit it have it go too far. So a little bit to think about from the 4 to the 5.
I think that you can just stun draw right through this window.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if there's not too much angle.
I'm trying to end up here. But I think he wants to try to get him better or closer. He's considering going here.
Mm-hmm.
But that problem for me, that you're coming across your line.
Yeah, you're crossing.
You're not really leaving a good shot to the corner, and if you hit it too hard, you're coming against the 5 for the side. Like, I don't really like that. I think that just stun, because it looks like he has angle coming this way.
He does. He's got a lot of. I wonder if he has too much angle for that stun to be a good shot. But
well,
then so you go a little further. That's okay too.
Yeah, I think that's the easier shot.
Because even if your cue ball is tracking in this direction, it doesn't really matter where it ends up. You're going to have a look at the 5, right?
Yeah, he played he played the same result. He felt more comfortable going forward, which is fine.
Yeah.
The idea was to get somewhere where he's at now, in this line here.
Right.
And he has a little bit of angle to stun over for the 6. Like there, I mean, I'm not superstitious, and I say that they're a pretty good favorite to get out here and take a 2-game lead. Zach gets the choice of going forward or drawing back for the 7, and as long as he gets back, the 7 leads very easy to the 8.
He was aiming with top on it.
He's gonna draw this.
I kind of favor the draw here, but
it's less cue ball movement.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, he changed.
Uh-oh.
And then the draw to a scratch. Oh, man, that's huge. And a chance for Dizzy and Todd to tie it up.
I'd be lying if I said that this is not exciting. I'm not betting on this match. I'm definitely a little bit closer with Zach and Jimmy. I love Dizzy, but I don't know Todd, so that would lead me biased towards Zach and Jimmy probably. But I want to see this go the distance. This match has been like, I can only imagine what these guys are experiencing right now with the constant back and forth, the scratches, the misses, I mean, this has just got to be like an insane feeling right now for all of these guys.
And then as you're getting down to this, final 3 games, it's a race to 3, and anything can, it's like every game is like crazy pivotal, and nobody has a comfortable lead.
Yeah, 11-9 is a good feeling. Oh my goodness.
That is huge from Todd. Missed 8 ball.
You know what that was, Patrick? It's the infamous Dylan shot. You take the easy one for granted. He makes that ball all day and all night, and he knows it, and he shot it with less intent than if it were like the game-winning 10 ball, I think.
That, is a real heartbreaker, and he can't believe he missed it.
Ball in hand, 3 ball out, the 7 and the 8 right next to each other. That's going to sting.
Yeah.
You just gave extra momentum to the team that, in my opinion, has had the momentum for the past hour and a half.
Yeah. I almost think that missed 8 ball from Todd, it could be the nail in the coffin, really, because the momentum now and the odds are so heavily favored towards Zach and Jimmy too.
Yeah, they're up 2. They're breaking, and even let's say they make a mistake and give Dizzy and Todd another opportunity. The last shot that Todd has on his mind is a dogged 8 ball to tie the game. So like his confidence will not be where it normally would be when he's shooting his next shot. Wavy in the chat said Todd is a Raiders fan, if that helps. Well, that explains maybe he'll handle that missed 8 ball much better because he's used to constant disappointment.
Oh, ouch. Damn, shots fired from the booth.
I mean, come on. The Raiders, like, it's not a sneaking suspicion. It is a fact that they have not done much in the last. They have not really been, one run in the play at 13-3 finish with Derek Carr, but he broke his leg and they didn't do anything in the playoffs. Other than that, they have not been relevant since 2002 when they got absolutely destroyed in the Super Bowl against the Buccaneers.
Wow. Okay, I'm feeling like you need to start a podcast, Dylan, with sports, football, and pool podcast live with Dylan Helpinston.
Man, yeah, there's a lot of competition out there right now for podcasts. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
I love listening to. I say I love, and then I'm like hesitant to even remember their name. What was the Kelsey brothers? What is theirs called again? I don't remember what it's called.
The Kelsey brothers?
Yeah, the Travis Kelsey and Jason Kelsey, the NFL players. Well, Jason Kelsey is now retired.
Oh, right. I was thinking pool for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, why would we be talking about pool in a pool stream?
Pool podcasts. Yeah. I like to. Have you ever listened to the pool player podcast with Joey Ryan?
I have not.
So he's got a whole series of interviews with professional players and industry experts and that on his YouTube channel. Go to Pool Player Podcast. Subscribe to their channel. It's pretty cool. But he kind of handed that over to Melina Mike, who sort of incorporated that with his Windows Open platform for podcast and news and all types of things. So. But yeah, what I say is I like going back and listening to those old interviews. It was over during COVID. That's when I was listening to it all, and they were going on live at that time because there was nothing else to do during COVID.
Right.
And, it was great to listen. Get to hear like the personal stories behind each player as he's interviewing them, and Rodney Morris and Scott Frost, and just so many great players that he's had on his show.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting if you're into knowing more of the backstory behind the players. The Mondo Burrito says New Heights podcast. New Heights?
Oh, I think he's talking about the Kelsey brothers.
Oh, that's the Kelsey Brothers podcast. Thank you. It was a good time to fill the void of the player break. And I gotta wonder if it was Dizzy and Todd that called that break. I think probably
I would
it
imagine
was.
so.
You
If
know,
Zach and Jimmy called that, I would be very disappointed.
yeah, I'd be surprised. They want to keep.
So I just got word from Jimmy Buckets Farmer himself. He intended to play that 8-ball with more spin and come off the rail like a little more. So essentially trying to leave the same line as the 2-rail shot, but only hitting it 1 rail.
I see.
And he just hit it with not as much spin. And he said and I quote, hit it like a girl. He just was trying to be a little bit funny, but so at least we know, like, so, and that was what I was going to say is like 2 rails isn't the only way. It helps you get closer to the 9 than just going 1 rail, but that's still okay.
Yeah.
You just get it a little bit too soft.
Yeah. When you're hitting with the spin, it's, it's going to deflect, right? And it's going to cause you to hit that ball fuller than you think. And I think that's what happened there. Whereas with what you were saying, the 2 rail, all he needed to do was just cut it to a little thinner part of the pocket and go 2 rails with the cue ball and not have to put any spin on the cue ball at all. But it ended up working out for him. They won the rack still. And up by 2. Oh, man. So that's his first shot back at the table, by the way, after the missed 8-ball.
And that's what I was explaining earlier.
Yeah, it's just the mental drain, the psychological drain, warfare that's going on in your head and your confidence level. Things are going sideways here for Dizzy and Todd. But not out of the woods. 2-ball doesn't play by the 9. Zach is stroking his beard, trying to figure out what the best strategy is here.
Yeah, because this is not great. I mean, you don't really have a clear shot. Like, you play real short side for the 2, and I don't love that. You don't love the combo. I mean, you could go into this ball pretty easily from where the 1 is. I think I like going into it, and it's like just producing something. Worst case scenario, you play a safe, but he's playing a safe right now, it looks like. Oh, maybe not. Playing for the combo. Buckets hasn't seen a shot he didn't like ever, so a pocketable one, that is. Perfect.
Here it goes. Okay.
Perfect.
It gets past the 2, gets past the 10.
The only thing is that he's likely going to end up. He might end up a little bit on the wrong side, but he's going to be Jimmy's going to be so close to the 4 that I don't think it'll matter. And Zach might be able to hold. I think he might be able to hold to like here.
That would be awesome if he could get there.
I think he can.
I don't know.
Thing is, Zach does. I much prefer slow rolling. Like Zach doesn't. He shoots with more stun, and
yeah.
So I think he might go forward with he might prefer going forward with a little bit of check side, like inside English probably, rather than slow rolling.
Coming into the 6, that's what I was kind of thinking with that.
That was a very, very smart shot.
Yeah, it makes the 6 much more
the
playable.
4 is a little tougher, but you trust Jimmy to make this all day. And now the 6 is very playable. I mean, not that it wasn't before.
But it's from anywhere now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like essentially anywhere.
Just got to get around the 10.
Perfect.
And he does. Look at that line. Buckets getting it done with the 3-rail position.
A little draw shot for Zach now. You don't want to draw too much. Like, you can cut this ball in from even a stop shot. But, like, here, anywhere from here over, here. So, like, here is good. So you can have natural to come down for the 10.
just right within your lines, almost past your line.
Yeah, perfect.
He really worked it all the way to the edge. And this is to go on the hill.
Yep. The odds are increasing rapidly for this team to pull this out now. After the last 2 opportunities at the table for the other team have not gone well.
And Todd, his last 2 turns at the table, the one was that missed 8 ball, and then the second one was the next rack. It was a scratch, you know. So it's just like
your highest player on the team is having undoubtedly wavering confidence.
Yeah.
And Dizzy hasn't played a shot in a while. The last shot he played was ball in hand on the 7 ball, which, you know, obviously he made the ball, but it's not like he had too much going on in his mind. He's like, I roll this in and we're out. And so, like, he hasn't played a meaningful shot in quite some time either.
Okay. On the hill now. With a 3-game lead, Dizzy and Todd have to win 4 straight racks to take down the match.
And
that is not easy to do because these guys got some confidence going in them. The 6 now is tied up to the 10. That's going to be an issue.
The one's not easy by any means either from the rail.
You know what? I'm looking at it going, can I play this to where I push forward, pocket the 1 on the side, and push forward into the 3-6? I don't know.
I think that it's a little bit too steep. Like, I think your cue ball would be traveling, past the 3.
Yeah.
But you can break it out with the 3. Like, that's not difficult.
You could also play a safety as well with the 3.
Yeah. I think as long as Zach gets, like, anywhere in this line with the cue ball, it's fairly natural. Oh, wait, what? He's on the
2.
I know. This is the 2 right here, isn't it?
No. 2 is down here. 2 is up here.
Never mind.
Yeah, never mind. You were looking at the 4 ball.
Yeah, I've got super confused there for a moment. I apologize.
Yeah, and he only could put top on it, so there was no...
I definitely like the safety then.
Yeah, it's set up for the safety on the 3. I don't think he didn't get where he wanted here. He wanted to get that cue ball to roll another 6 inches or so that
stop shot.
Jimmy had a full ball hit on the 3 and stop shot, or just a short little draw and nudge it in. Actually, use the template rack at that point to
freeze it.
Hug the cue ball up to the ball that's in there.
He still has a decent safety though. Like, he just has to thin off the 3 and come around. He's got a couple balls. You're gonna leave a jump shot, but
could pocket this 3 in the side. He could make it in the side. No,
that was a good shot.
Yeah, he wasn't going for the side. He's unfortunately left a bit of a window, I think. Oh, man, I think. Let's go center ball to center ball.
He can definitely get an edge.
Yeah, and he can get the edge that actually takes the 3 potentially to this pocket. That might actually...
We just had a cameo from Randy Earthshaker Baker.
Oh, yeah, I missed that. Earthshaker Baker?
That's the nickname that I've heard Zach ZAGER call him, so...
Okay.
And it sounds pretty catchy, so...
Oh, Ed Winter says the water pipe issue is fixed at Silver Star. Thank you for that.
That's good to know. Good. Missed out on my 10-ball tourney last night. I was really excited for that. It's like the one tournament I get to play every week, so. Little tester shot here. Oh, he decided to play safe. I don't know about that. I mean, obviously he's contained the ball, but I think with the lead, I liked attacking there. I think the 6 might go past the 10, maybe not, but
Nice try. Scratching, though, and...
Yeah, see, he's just been
Oh, okay.
struggling.
Are
Must be
we
a little
looking...
cold in there because Zach put his sweatshirt back on, and Todd also put his jacket on. I
Yeah,
wonder if it's a little cold in there.
it's a small place with concrete, sort of that concrete walls, and it's cold out there today.
Yeah.
So I think with that door opening too,
Yeah, you got to hit that a little bit harder and get it down by the 9. Give it another cover. You're in no man's land now. Like, it's a harder kick, but even with ball in hand, you don't really have a super easy safety.
yeah, and well, they don't have to go for the 3 foul if the 6 plays though, right?
But I'm just saying, like, you might as well, if they're on 1 and you're playing a safe to put them on 2, you might as well put it
in
a place where you have an option to play the 3 foul, especially if the 6, even if it plays from the 5 to the 6 where the 7 is not easy. So
yeah,
you definitely want to have an option to 3 foul if you can.
Okay, he's missed it. Not happy about that. And now you run out because the 6 does play. I'm pretty sure.
I do not like playing from the 5 to the 6 with where the 7 is.
Okay.
No part of it.
Yeah.
You have no obvious path to get there. You're gonna have to take a shot from up table. Like, your best case scenario is probably like here.
Yeah.
And I don't love that. I mean, I'm not saying it's not doable, and like I would shoot it if I was there, but
well.
And now he's a little bit off angle on the 4 to get to the 5.
Okay, so you get on the 6 and you play the safety with the 6 by drawing. If you getting straight on the 5, trying to get straight on the 5 so you can draw this back.
I'm playing safe right now.
You're playing safe with this 5 ball?
Yes. There's no way for you to get great on the 6 ball. The 5 is a tough shot as is right now. I think you play safe.
Where are you going with the cue ball?
Just contain it, I think. Put the 5 ball here. Get the cue ball like anywhere up in the middle of the table. Like, you're not going to get a great shot.
You're not trying.
I don't know that you can, but like, I want to force them. They're down 3 games with some recent mistakes. Like, I want to force them to come with something.
Oh, speaking of coming with something, look at that. He didn't get the breakout though that he was maybe hoping for with that shot, but drills that 5 ball with a ton of outside spin, sending the cue ball back to the other side of the side pocket. So he got that cue ball.
This was my concern. Like, he went for a high risk, high reward shot, which was a great shot. But now you're forced to open up the problem balls without an obvious safe.
Yeah, he didn't. He got the shot, but man, he just barely missed grazing that 10
ball. Going to sell out. Oh,
no,
wow.
Look at this.
Wow. Wow. The fact that you can manage to put the 6 ball 2 inches from the pocket and have the cue ball travel about 8 feet and not sell out is miraculous.
Okay, so here we go. I'm calling the shot right now. He's looking at right away. I might actually look at this, swerve around.
I agree.
Into this rail.
I agree.
If you can get, because you have full access to the cue ball there, it's not hampered at all. I just got it. Oh. Yeah, I just don't love that because you're not taking 2 rails because the side pocket is kind of right in your way for the 2 rail kick, which would have been more optimal. So you have to come straight into it. And even if you make it, what are you getting on the 7? At that angle, like even if he makes that, what's he going to have? So I like to go on the Masse rail if you can get around it and make that happen.
This isn't the easiest of positions to be in either, though. I mean, obviously, Dizzy and Todd would prefer that they don't have the 6 ball in the pocket for their opponents, but he's like really close to this ball. It looks like he can go away from it this way and still make it.
Yeah, I think he's all right.
If that's the case, then he's okay. Yeah, okay, then he's okay.
He's got up enough. That's actually perfect.
Yep. Jimmy can just roll forward, just slow roll it in. He doesn't even need to jack up. I mean, he probably will, but Zach's been shooting well. Like, you just roll this in a couple inches and your cue ball is like right here, and Zach can make that 9 ball in all day.
Yeah,
10 goes on the side. Yeah, he's going to roll it in.
To take the match, Jimmy Buckets and ZACK ZAGER looking to close it out at Jammers. in this marathon grueling battle for 4 hours.
Oh, a little drama.
A little drama at the end.
Hit it to the thin side of the pocket and ended up losing the cue ball. My goodness. Well, what would it be after all of today if it was not this shot on the 10 ball?
Right. This was the closest match until the end. And I said, whoever wins this match is the horse that's going to sprint to the finish line, that catches that gear right at the end. And so far, that has been Jimmy and Zach. But they are one difficult shot away, semi-difficult shot away.
When it comes to just, we said this before, when it comes to just making the ball, you don't have to worry about shape.
I'm going here. I'm
Jimmy
just saying, Dylan. I'm putting it here.
I agree.
And drawing the cue ball off of this. I'm just going to put a little bit of draw on it. Send the cue ball that way.
Yep, I agree.
Looks like he's going to overcut it. Maybe I'm wrong. No, he drains it.
Almost undercut it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Great shot.
Congratulations to Jimmy Buckets Farmer and Zach Zager for taking it down. And good show by Dizzy and Todd. Man, that was some great pool. We got to see a lot of heart and a lot of heartache, if you will, in that match. But
Zach's he's allowing us to talk. I like that. I was gonna say if we get cut off, it was nice talking with you, but Zach knows the drill and
yeah,
he's leaving it up there for a minute. So yeah, it was a pleasure. Thanks for commentating with me, Patrick, and it was a fun match. Good job congratulations to Zach and Jimmy, and to Dizzy and Todd. Don't hang your heads too low. You guys played a good match. You guys took it the distance, and 13 games, a race to 13 is a long match, and you guys had never played together before. You probably learned a lot about each other, and hopefully you guys give each other the opportunity to play together again sometime. I have an 1100 tournament coming up. Maybe I'll see you guys in it.
All right, sounds good. And I'll see you soon, Dylan, at the when I come down to Jammers, if not before then.
Yeah, sounds good.
But or to Phil's, sorry, for that
right.
Moscone event. So thanks everybody for watching. We had a bunch of people in the chat, and it was a lot of fun. It makes it more fun for us as commentators when you guys are interacting with us in the chat. So thanks for being good sports and keeping it fun for everyone. All right, guys. Well, have a great rest of your weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
All right. See ya.